Hello, everybody. Good morning to all of you who are following us from Latin America, and a very good afternoon to those of you who follow us from Europe. Welcome to this event of the EU-sponsored Jean Monnet project, the reconfiguration of the presence of the European Union in Latin America. My name is Gianluca Gardini. I am Professor of International Relations and Latin American Politics and Chairholder for International Business and Society Relations at Friedrich Alexander University at Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany. I have the pleasure to coordinate this research network, and I also have the pleasure to welcome all of you to this first of three plenary events. This event should have taken place live in Nuremberg, but because of the COVID-related restriction and rules that we all know, we go live but online. So you can follow us on YouTube, you can follow us on Facebook, and later on you will be able to watch the program through all our social media. First of all, let me start, as usual in these cases, with some words of thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the European Union and in particular the Commission, because this event and this whole project is only possible because of the generous support of the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. I also would like to thank all our partner institutions, beginning, of course, with my institution that coordinates the program, Friedrich Alexander University Erlangen-Nuremberg. I also would like to thank the University of Concepcion and all the colleagues from Chile, in particular, Professor Paulina Astorza, who co-coordinates the project with me. Also, many thanks to the Pontificia Universidad de Salamanca, to the University Diego Portales in Chile, the University of Alicante in Spain, the University of Ca' Foscari in Venice, Italy, the University of Bath in the UK, the Andean University Simón Bolívar in Quito, Ecuador, the Fundação Getúlio Vargas in Brazil, who are all our partners. And also I would like to thank our local partners here in Nuremberg, in particular SECLAM, the Argentinian Center, but also the program Sin Fronteras and Radio Zeta, a local group of Latino people here in Germany, and the association Intercultura. Let me tell you just a couple of words about this project called the reconfiguration of the EU presence in Latin America. Why we think that this is important? Well, we aim at three big objectives. These are our three main goals. The first, we want to discuss and explain and promote the real role of the European Union in Latin America. To be fair, the European Union does a lot, and frankly does a lot of good in Latin America. But many people don't know exactly what the EU does and what room for improvement there can be now or in the future. So our first objective is to provide an accurate and up-to-date picture of what the EU does in and most of all with Latin America as a partner. Our second main goal is to promote the core values of the European Union that are core values shared also by our Latin American partners and friends. And third, we aim to discuss and improve, if possible, the way in which we do research on Latin America and the way in which we teach about EU and Latin America, and in particular EU-Latin American relations. So that said, the program for today is divided in two parts. In the first part, this first session, we will have 4 speakers. Professor Dr. Maria García from the University of Bath in the United Kingdom, who will speak about the role of the United Kingdom in Latin America, especially after Brexit, and the repercussion on the relationship between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean overall. Then we will have Dr. Sandra Zapata, who is currently a postdoctoral research fellow at Friedrich Alexander University, and she will speak about the relationship between the Andean countries and the European Union. Then we will have Professor Jeannie Simon from the University of Concepcion in Chile, who will talk about governance and sustainability. And then we will have Julia Hermann, who is currently a doctoral candidate at the University of Langen-Nuremberg here in Germany, who will talk about a very topical and recent issue that is feminist foreign policy in Mexico and the European Union. Then we will open the floor for discussion and comments with the public, and then we will take a short break before we dive into the second panel of this session, where we will have Professor Beatriz Larraín from the University of Concepcion, who will talk about justice, human rights, and the role of international courts in the relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. Then we will have Professor Beatriz Hernández from the University Diego Portales, also in Chile, who will talk about a new generation of trade agreements between Europe and Latin America. Then yours truly, that is myself, I will try to make a tentative appraisal of EU, Latin American, Caribbean relations with an optimistic touch, with an optimistic cut. And finally, we will have Professor Helena Lazarou from the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Brazil, who will take a perspective on Brazil-EU relations. I would like to remind all the public, all the people who are with us today, that they can interact with us. They can ask questions, which are the most welcome, and even more welcome are your comments. So we're very happy to interact with you. If you follow us on Facebook, there is a special feature where you can share with us your comments and your questions. And if you watch us via YouTube, there is also a function in your YouTube screen where you can share with us comments and questions, which I will be delighted to moderate after the presentations of our speakers. So without any further ado, welcome to all to this event. I really hope that you will enjoy it. And I would like to give the floor to Maria Garcia. Maria, welcome to the event. Great to see you. Thank you for being with us. I think you have to unmute your microphone. If you can hear us. I cannot hear you. Hey. It looks like we have a technical problem with Maria's microphone.
There we go. So can you hear now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. I kept pressing unmute and it kept remuting it. Anyway, thank you very much for setting all this up. My computer, I don't know whether it's the internet or the computer, but it's not letting me open my PowerPoint, which is good news for everybody watching because it means I will be much faster and I will probably forget quite a few things. I am, however, very happy to share those slides later on, particularly with students, as they do include a little bit on the trade relation between the UK and Latin America in terms of numbers. So what I'm going to to talk about today is an overview of the UK's trade relation, more specifically with Latin America over the last decades. And I think the main thread of what I'm trying to say is that there is going to be a fair amount of continuity from the UK as a member of the European Union in its relations with Latin America, and now in post-Brexit, or at least in the first years of the post-Brexit UK foreign policy. So obviously the UK has a long-standing involvement in Latin America. In economic terms, this goes way back to the 19th century. But that involvement has waned over time. So particularly in the period after the Second World War, although the UK remains an important trading partner and investor in Latin American countries, its significance as it no longer accounts for 25%, 35% of Latin American countries' trading relation, but actually today that trading relation is much smaller. It accounts for 1.2% of Latin American exports. Latin America accounts for, I think it's 0.9% of British exports abroad. So in relative terms, although for individual companies that relationship might be quite important, in relative terms, it is not as significant as it once was. And that matters in terms of going forward. So whilst the UK was a member of the European Union, it has not been a key driver of EU policies or EU trade policies towards Latin America. It has been a supporter of European initiatives in the region, be they interregional dialogues, be they support for democratization, be they the negotiation of new generation trade agreements since the 2000s. So the UK has been a supporter, but it has not been the demander, it has not been the leader in fostering those closer relations with Latin America. In fact, throughout the 1990s, there was actually an element of retrenchment in UK foreign policy. A number of embassies in Latin America were closed. There was a strong movement to pool resources with other EU member states, in particular Germany, in order to save some money for the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, as it was called then. Now, this changed in 2010 with the Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition coming to power. And at that point, former Secretary of State, William Hague, he made a big speech in Canning House and launched what became known as the Canning Agenda. And the idea, the main thrust behind it, was to stop that waning of British influence in Latin America, to bring new resources for the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, to reopen embassies, and critically, this being the UK, to offer more trade and investment between the regions. And it worked. In the first few years, trade between the UK, particularly Brazil and Mexico, increased. But once we reached 2016, so this is where the slides would have been helpful. Once we reach 2016, that trade relation starts to wane a little bit again. We then have, of course, the 2008 financial crisis, and one of the aftermaths of that has been a lowering in both the UK's and the EU's more generally economic significance globally. So if you look at trade statistics post 2008 in Latin America, you see the growing significance of China. So whereas back in the 1990s, the EU was the top trading partner for Brazil, Chile, that is not always, that's no longer the case. And of course, the UK is just one part, or was one part, of those EU statistics. So within that context, you then have Brexit happening. Now, Brexit was entirely a domestic issue. And within the UK, there was very little thought given at both in the referendum and then in the years after the referendum to the global implications of Brexit. So although it's seen in this country as a British thing, it has repercussions for Europe and it has repercussions for the rest of the world. Now, one of the things that the newly formed in 2017 Department of International Trade in the UK did realize was that, of course, the UK had preferential trading arrangements with a number of Latin American countries, namely Mexico, Chile, the Andean countries, Central American countries, and the CARIFORUM countries. And the UK had been trading with them in preferential terms through the European Union's agreements with these countries, which the UK had supported. So a key aim of the Department of International Trade immediately after Brexit was to get these countries in Latin America to agree to roll over those trade agreements. So to agree that they would continue to apply to the United Kingdom, even though the UK will no longer be part of the EU. So the UK entered in negotiations with all of these countries to tweak these agreements. And they managed to get them all in place, most of them in 2019. The one with Mexico was more last minute than the other ones, but they're all in place. And in essence, these agreements, what they do is they replicate the EU trade agreements with Mexico, with Chile, with Peru, Colombia, Ecuador. They change some of the economic terms. So, for instance, the amount of beef that can be exported into the UK, that changes. So there's a specific number. What's interesting is that Latin American countries, in particular Chile, have been able to negotiate what they wanted in terms of those agricultural exchanges. But what's the most significant part of those agreements is that they don't innovate. So they leave what was there with the EU. A number of them, like the one with Mexico, give the parties a deadline of a year or year and a half to start renegotiations for their own sui generis bespoke trade agreement between the parties to really tailor to their relationship. The other thing, the main aim of having these agreements rolled over was really to create stability for companies and businesses trading from Latin America, from these countries to the UK and vice versa. And the agreements do achieve that. There are particular technical issues that do create potential complications in the future. So the rules of origin allow British companies to use European inputs and products in their goods and then export them to Chile or Mexico, with it counting as being made in the UK. It allows for Mexican producers to use EU content in their products and send them to the UK and still qualify as made in Mexico. But of course, the challenge is any British company that was maybe bringing goods from Latin America, using those inputs in their product and then selling to the EU, whereas before that all qualified, that no longer qualifies as origin. So that is now potentially subject to tariffs when entering the EU. So it creates more. It's not as seamless as we'd like to think. It does create continuity for the vast majority of companies, but there might be a few that encounter challenges in the future. So looking forward, what can we expect? So this was an interim, a short-term arrangement. Looking forward, the British government is looking to seek those opportunities of a post-Brexit world. Boris Johnson, when he was still Secretary of State in 2018, he went on a tour of some South American countries, visited Argentina, Chile, and Peru, and was the first foreign secretary to do those visits in 25 years. He came back and talked about the potential of the relationship, but very little has happened since. So rhetorically, there is still that commitment. But if you look at what's been going on in the ground, it's been of necessity quite limited, because obviously the UK has invested most of its resources in rolling over trade agreements, in negotiating its departure from the EU, which has taken a lot of diplomatic effort, political time, and within the country. But what is interesting to look at is this year's integrated review. So the UK government put out what they call the integrated review of all its foreign policies, including trade, development. And it talks about the entire globe. But what's interesting is that Latin America, you have to read a lot of it before you come to Latin America. Latin America gets one paragraph, which is the shortest mention of any region on the planet. The integrated review puts the United States as the top ally in the most important relationship, then the European Union, but there's a significant gap between them. Then countries like Australia and New Zealand, which are not really that significant economically to the UK. But of course, this whole idea of reviving an Anglosphere, of reaching out to friends and cultural allies was a large part of the stronger Brexiteers' rhetoric. And we see that in the integrated review. Then there's a focus on emerging markets, growth markets in Asia. And the Indo-Pacific gets its whole section on bridging, improving ties with that part of the world. Latin America was not a priority for the UK before leaving the EU, and the integrated review shows us it is not a priority after leaving the EU. There are a few countries that get specific mentions, and they are Brazil and Mexico, unsurprisingly, the economically most significant countries in Latin America. And there the UK does advocate for having closer ties with them, on the back also of special dialogue and partnership with Brazil that came out of the Canning House agenda. But what is significant is this is also mentioned in the context of cooperation on climate change, particularly taking account of the Amazon forest and the Amazon River basin. So it brings in a very specific twist to the agenda, a very value-laden element to the agenda. It mentions cooperation with Chile, Argentina, and Colombia, specifically on issues of our interest, but it does not define what our British interest might be. So I think it's quite revealing what is in that review. And the other thing that does appear under Indo-Pacific, though, is the UK's desire to join the CPTPP, which of course the UK has now presented its formal accession request. The key reason for joining that is the fact that Japan is in there, Vietnam is in there. So again, these Asian countries. But of course, there are a number of Latin American countries, Mexico, Chile, Peru, are members of CPTPP. And through that, we could see in the future a tighter and closer economic relation developing. What is interesting is that the UK has not reached out specifically to the South American countries of CPTPP, but actually to Japan and to Australia and New Zealand as their key sponsors. So I think we're seeing some clear priorities, and Latin America is not one of them. Certainly not in the short to medium term. Once the Brexit does settle, we may see something different. But the key emphasis of the UK is in Asia. In Asian countries. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Maria. It was a very informative and fantastic kickoff for this event. I'm sorry I cannot add any more optimistic stuff, but Latin America is quite low also on the priority list of the European Union, but we will discuss that more in detail in the rest of this conversation. I would like now to invite Sandra Zapata to take the floor and discuss with us her ideas on the relationship between the Andean countries and the European Union. Sandra, the floor is yours. You're the most welcome to the event.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good morning, everyone in Latin America. Good afternoon here in Europe, and greetings to everyone who is following us on the social networks. My name is Sandra Zapata, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the FAU in Erlangen-Nuremberg, Germany. And today, to continue with the topic that calls us, I will be discussing on the relations of the European Union and the Andean countries. I will make an overview of the relations on these two regional blocks. So for that, I have prepared a short presentation. I will share the presentation now. Can you see it?
We can now see your whole screen. I think it's almost done.
There. I think it's better, right? Okay. So, the presentation I have prepared is called The Relations of the European Union and the Andean Countries at a Glance. And for that, I have prepared this table of contents. First of all, I will discuss a little bit of the background of the relations of the EU and the Andean countries. Then I will go on to talk about the Andean community, and then on the bi-regional cooperation, and finally, some results and impacts and some figures of the current situation. I would like to start by saying that the European Union and the Andean countries have ties since a very long time. These ties have been based on historical bonds, values, cultural coincidences, commonly shared interests. And it is important to mention that it is a long-standing relation, which dates for more than 50 years now. So it is important to consider that the 21st century brings substantial changes in the international order, and the relations, of course, between the European Union and the Andean countries have not been excluded from this reality. Therefore, I would like to frame what I understand from European Union within this international framework. So the European Union is a global actor in world politics, and it has extended its external activities specifically to Latin American countries, South American countries, and to the Andean countries. So the Andean countries, in general, we can say are Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile. But on the one hand, since the creation of the European Union in 1958, its activities have expanded dramatically. And one particular feature of the European Union is that it can act as a collective actor in international affairs. So it is seen as one bloc. That means it can act collectively as a region or as a regional organization. So when signing agreements, when disbursing aid, it acts as a bloc. On the other hand, in the case of Latin America, regionalism has been a complex phenomenon whose roots can be traced back to the very birth of the nation states. So the integrationist idea in the region has remained in force, but it has had different drivers, limitations, it has pursued different cooperation goals. And there has been various analytical categories to understand these different waves. For instance, traditional regionalism, open regionalism, post-liberal regionalism, among others. So in Latin America, we are still far away from producing results, let's say, comparable to those of the European Union. And for instance, the European Union has a single market with free movement of goods, services, workers, capital. It has a currency shared among its members, and it has a common foreign policy, security policy. And in Latin America, there is no such a bloc. So we cannot say that the relations have been between two comparable regions. So when I will be talking about the European Union and the Andean countries, I will actually refer to the Andean community. which are the countries of which are nowadays members, which is Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia. So the Andean community has its origins in 1969 with the Cartagena Agreement. It is the longest running integration process in Latin America with more than 50 years of existence. It has its ups and downs because it's been 50 years. The international scenario has changed a lot. Local agendas have also changed a lot. But the purpose of this group was to achieve more rapid, better balanced, more autonomous development through the Indian, South American, and Latin American integration, and to move ahead in deepening an integral integration process that will contribute to effectively find sustainable and equitable human development. Nowadays, as I mentioned before, there has been many changes, and there has been lately a lot of polarization. So we can say that Colombia and Peru, they were countries that lately were supporters of the new regionalism or more linked to North-South links, while Ecuador and Bolivia, they were very critical to the Washington Consensus, and they opted more for South-South cooperation. So the Andean community nowadays has some current members, which are Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, and some associate members, which are Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, some observer countries, which are Spain and Morocco, and former full members were Venezuela and Chile. So as every long-term relation, the bi-regional cooperation has had a lot of processes and stages. For instance, we can mention, for example, that the first stage from the 73 till the 83, it was the aim to build regional cooperation for productive development with a very bilateral approach. Then a second stage from the 83 to the 93, what was important was to deep on the Andean generalized system of preferences, which has the aim to sign agreements, cooperation agreements between the two blocks. Then a third stage of this process from the 1993 to 2004, there were many developments. Among those, for example, the bilateral scope increased. There were initiatives to develop productive sectors, trade, investment, technology, and all in all, to broaden the agenda on the issues that both regions work together. Then another stage of this relation was the political dialogue and partnership. The idea was to create and generate the conditions for a bi-regional association, including a free trade area. Later on, there was the generalized system of preferences with a drug regime specifically, then the same system, but the SGP plus. And after 2006 until 2015, there has been more incentives for sustainable development and good governance, some other ideas of the European market access and preferences for the Andean countries. So in general, it has been a relation with its ups and downs. And lately, since 2007, there was the aim to negotiate a region-to-region agreement. So the negotiations actually started between the European Union and the Andean countries in 2007 with three main pillars, which are political dialogue, cooperation, and free trade agreement, block-to-block negotiation. there were some changes, and in the end, we cannot say that the both regions could actually sign block-to-block agreement. On the other hand, what is up to date is a comprehensive trade agreement with specific countries. So there is one European Union with Colombia, which was signed in 2013, then the European Union with Peru in 2013 as well, and the same European Union with Ecuador that Ecuador joined in 2017. So this kind of agreement is the first agreement which is called of new generation of trade agreements of the European Union. And the main characteristic is that it is comprehensive in nature, and it has a high level of ambition. So the two main ideas of this agreement is, on the one hand, to cover liberalization of trade in goods and services, investment, public procurement, competition, intellectual property rights. And on the other hand, it is a multi-party agreement. That means that any other country from the Andean community can join. For example, Bolivia, who is part of the Andean community, but is not part of this comprehensive trade agreement. If they're willing to, they could join. So some of the results, since 2013, that two of these countries have already started to deepen the relations, and Ecuador since 2017, there are already some impacts that we can see. Here we can see a chart with the bilateral trade balances between the European Union and the countries that have signed. So for instance, with Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. So throughout the years, we can see that the European Union had actually trade deficits with Ecuador and Peru since 2007. Regarding Colombia, the European Union had a trade deficit until 2016 with respect to total trade. Actually, later on, it increased. But for example, we can see that in 2012, it had a deficit of minus 3 billion euro. And then it has a surplus of 2.0 billion euros in 2019. So this chart here also shows the results of the changes in volume of bilateral exports between the European Union and the partner countries. So the results show that the agreement has led to an increase in all bilateral trade between parties in both directions. So for Peru and Ecuador, exports to the European Union increased more than imports from the European Union. For Colombia, the opposite is true. So the European Union exports to Colombia increased by close to 3.9 billion, which was the largest change from the bilateral trade relations covered by the agreement. And the exports increased in 268 million euros as well. So in relative terms, apart from the European Union exports to Colombia, the agreement has had the largest impact on trade with Ecuador, because Ecuador's export to the European Union increased to 18.7%, while before they were 12.6%, and considering that Ecuador joined only in 2017, the group. And here we also have a chart with the changes in value of the total exports. So all in all, we can say that it has had a positive impact on the bilateral exports. And in absolute terms, the results show that the European Union exports increased by 1.7 million. Yes. Here, regarding the diversification of bilateral trade, we can see the number of products exported to the agreement partners. We can see that the export of different products has increased. For instance, Colombia, according to Colombian authorities, more than 580 new products have started to be exported to the European Union since 2013. For Peru, the annual reports show that there are more than 1,013 new products which enter the market. From this represents around 1.2 million exported to the European Union. And in the case of Ecuador, we can see that after 2017 till 2020, there were 123 new agricultural products, which in average represented $2 million US dollars. And here, so specifically with each partner, we have the chart here on trade creation and trade diversion, specifically European Union and Colombia. For the European Union is Colombia's second largest trade partner after the United States, and the share is 11.2%. So there is a positive but small impact on the European Union-Colombia agreement on trade and goods. There's little change in the composition of the Colombian exports. Mainly, the exports are based on bananas, plantains, coffee, gold, flowers, while the European Union exports to Colombia more pharmaceutical and technological goods. In the case of Peru, the European Union is one of the main trading partners, and it is currently in third place after China and the USA. So the main partners of Peru are Spain, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and they account for around 72% of the trade with the European Union. And Peru has trade surplus with Spain and Belgium, but not with Germany, who is one of the very important partners for Peru. And in the case of Ecuador, we have Ecuador. The European Union is one of the most important trade partners. It's after China and the US, depending on which area we look at it. The relation has been very concentrated. Ecuador exports mainly 3 products to the European Union, which are bananas, plantain, tuna, and that represents around 600 million in 2019. So combined, these products, they account for 73% of the total imports from Ecuador. Yeah, that was in 2019. And so that's the results and the impacts of the relations until nowadays. And some final remarks I would like to say that the European Union is the second largest destination market for Andean community exports, but the European Union for the Andean market represents only 0.6% of the total trade. The trade structure continues to be the same. The Andean community exports a relatively high amount of raw materials, agricultural, mineral materials, while it imports from the European Union technological content, machinery, equipment, pharmaceuticals. The exports of Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador have a more diversified export basket with the European Union compared to other partners, such as China, for example. And it has gradually increased their diversification, which is good. And regarding the technological level of exports, the primary export pattern is reproduced despite the increase in the number of sub-items which are exported to the European Union after all these agreements. So thank you. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Sandra. This was a very comprehensive overview on the relationship between Andean countries and the European Union. So we now know much more about trade between these two important areas of the world. I would like now to invite Julia Hermann to take the floor and share with us her ideas and considerations on the impact of feminist foreign policy with specific reference to Mexico and also to Europe. Thank you, Julia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gianluca, for your kind introduction, and hello and welcome to my part of this panel in the framework of the Jean Monnet project EU in Luck. As it was already said, I'm Julia Hermann, Research and Teaching Associate at the FAU, the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany, where I joined the chair and the team of Professor Gianluca Gardini. And I also started my dissertation project about feminist foreign policy in Mexico and in Europe, what we are also going to discuss today. So let me give you a brief overview of how we are going to approach this topic today. For this, let's step back a bit at first. This project is about the relations between the EU and Latin America and how the EU or certain countries of the EU seem to show new policies, new policy interests towards Latin America, and on how this relationship is filled with content. In short, which topical issues are on the bi-regional, on the bi-continental agenda. And by my case studies, my research, by assessing the implication and outcome of feminist foreign policy, we may assess whether and to what extent topics like human rights, women's rights, and in general the rights of minorities is part of this bi-regional agenda. So this for the broader vision and fitting within the project. And at the same time, this project also aims to conduct research from different scholars, disciplines, and perspectives. And within this research, we assess these relations between the EU and Latin America from a specific perspective, adding gender as a critical category of analysis in the discipline of ER. So how will we navigate through this topic in the next 10 to 15 minutes? We will start with the basics, with a brief definition of foreign policy, what is foreign policy actually about, and in contrast, definitions of feminist foreign policy. The second point, second step, then will be to give a background of the status quo and recent developments. Why do we talk about feminist foreign policy since 2014? Which countries adopted such foreign policy and how did they implement it? In the third step, we go into theory of international relations, and I will present approaches backing up the current developments or explaining them to some extent. So I give a brief insights to feminist approaches to ER, looking to foreign policy with a gender lens. And we also look at critiques on the practice of feminist foreign policy. And at last, I will present 3 questions. This is the fourth point that arise and which are the fundament for the actual empirical research within this topic in this project. So let's start with a short revision of definitions, especially as most of the attending students might be from business administration and economics. I will check the comments. So what is foreign policy? Foreign policy is such that determines how governments define peace and security, organize trade, provide humanitarian aid, and cooperate with other nations and non-state actors. So let's go through that once again, as it is important to have that in mind for the further presentation. Foreign policy such defines how governments define peace and security and what they do for it. Organized trade, so it has an important economic component. Provide humanitarian aid, which has to do with values, but also may have a geopolitical component. and how governments cooperate with other nations and non-state actors, which might be seen as classic diplomacy, for example. So now the question is, how is this so-called feminist foreign policy or gender-equal foreign policy, as for example the EU frames it, different from normal traditional foreign policy? In contrast to traditional foreign policy thinking, which considered gender inequality as part of soft diplomacy and is unconnected to the hard topics like trade, aid, and national security, feminist foreign policy takes a step outside this black box and aims to prioritize the vision of gender equality, environmental integrity, and the disruption of colonial, racist, and male-dominated power structures. And the state or government should not only have that vision in mind, but also allocate resources, including research, to achieve that vision. So, as so often, there are many definitions and all are working definitions. So this was mainly extracted by a definition of TEAS in 2020, another components of feminist foreign policy by the definition of the Center of Feminist Foreign Policy is, for example, that it is a multidimensional political framework centered around the well-being of marginalized people and in general as a means to rebalance power inequality. So it is mainly about questioning power structures, established power structures in foreign policy. So this kind of new dimension in foreign policy is particularly worth to be assessed in the case of EU-LAC relations. As until now, only countries of Europe and the Western Hemisphere, Canada and Mexico, have adopted such foreign policy, and those regions, the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, promote their bi-regional partnership as based on historical, cultural, and human ties, on full respect for human rights and common values. But again, feminist foreign policy in practice is very diverse, depending on how it is implemented or defined by the respective countries, which leads us to the status quo, the recent developments in the field, so to our second point. So several countries have officially adopted a feminist foreign policy, starting in 2014 in Sweden, where there seems to be stand quite alone at the beginning, but since then 6 countries have adopted a feminist foreign policy, which is Canada, Luxembourg, France, Spain, and last year Mexico. Furthermore, Denmark, Norway, and Switzerland have a strong focus on gender equality, and it is also on the agenda of the European Parliament, where a majority has voted for gender equal foreign and security policy. So having said this, the implementation or realization are quite diverse. Sweden, for example, in Sweden it is a cross-sectional topic. So Sweden understands feminist foreign policy as a goal in and on itself, which it always links to both its domestic and international obligations. Canada introduced what is called a feminist international assistance policy in 2070, so 3 years later. And here, Canada's commitment to feminist foreign policy appears more focused on an economic argument regarding women's empowerment. As a last example, Mexico, under its feminist foreign policy, Mexico has pledged to reach gender equality within its foreign service by 2024, which is within 3 years. There is no clear programs and measurements of how to achieve such, besides of single initiatives or promises. So on the one hand, the policy clearly operates the issue, but it also is highly paradoxical with regard to the high amount of gender-based violence in the country. But with the adoption of foreign policies that call themselves feminist or gender equal, there's a growing debate on gender perspective in international relations theory, and at the same time on the inconsistencies that may arise when expanding human rights and foreign policy, as it might, for example, increase already existing tensions between values or ideology and pragmatism in foreign policies. So let's have now as a third step a rough first insights in gender in international relations. So in generally, across politics, public discourse, feminism experiences new waves of interest. So it's a highly debated topic. This comes along with a division within the feminist academics over the use of the term. So for some, feminism or feminist approaches, feminist foreign policy has now been co-opted or kind of owned for neoliberal economic ends, and for others, it remains a critical element. So there are different judgments about the use of the term and the development of the term. Today, I would like to give an example of what it means to look at a discipline of international relations with a gender lens by looking at the definition of the modern state. The thoughts are mainly retrieved from Revisiting Gendered States by Parasha, Tickner, and True. So the basic assumption is that since foreign and military policy making has been largely conducted by men, as most of the science by the time, the discipline that analyzes these activities is bound to be primarily about man and masculinity. So, for example, traditional ER theory assumes the state as a unitary, power-seeking, rational actor. All male-connotated adjectives and feminist approaches are challenging these views or these perspectives. And in everyday life, the state was manifested as masculine as such, as we've heard, and women are marginalized from both the formal and informal use of state power. Traditionally, the roles traditionally ascribed to women are generally irrelevant to the traditional construction of the field of international relations. So to have now this feminist analysis in mind, how do they approach this discipline? They usually start not with the structure of the state system, like, for example, realism does it, but by examining the behavior of the states in terms of their ability to increase security of the citizens. So, for example, less about sovereignty, aggression, but about increasing the security of their citizens in economic or physical terms. So this was quite rough. It was just giving a first insight about what the critiques are, or what adding gender as a category in international relations. There is a lot of more theory behind it that we can discuss in the aftermath. So what are critiques or counter-arguments that the newly adopted feminist foreign policies, for example, that they are not truly feminist or progressive enough? Pinkwashing, populist, undiplomatic, or hypocritical. These are keywords that can be heard when criticizing or discussing feminist foreign policy. But if the policies are not in line with feminist approaches, or we are but rather pragmatic, we should assess whether or to what extent this is about, for example, nation branding or other concepts. But nation branding is one of the possibilities, which is coordinated government efforts to manage a country's image in order to promote investment, but also foreign relations. So there are tensions that we see in all those cases, especially in the case of Mexico, between values like equality, the ideology, and pragmatism in foreign policy. What we've already seen in books, for example, is by Professor Gardini, that there's this can be a conceptual framework for the analysis of foreign policy. So as the last point, we'll come to key questions. So you saw today I rather introduced the topic as such with some theoretical considerations behind it to give some context, and now we'll conclude with the upcoming key questions, which will be decisive for the next conferences and the upcoming research. So the aim is to discuss reasons for the adoption of explicitly feminist foreign policy and assess potential changes in EU-LAC relations as an outcome of feminist foreign policy. But let's look at it step by step, as these are two sub-questions. The first part of the question, or the first aim, is to discuss the reasons, the why, for the adoption of explicitly feminist foreign policies. So the question is, do we witness a rethinking of foreign policy to which extent can we observe the implementation of feminist approaches in ER, and to which extent can we see means of nation branding. These are the two concepts we have in mind to see whether we can answer what is feminist in the respective foreign policies, and furthermore to discuss the tension between values and pragmatism in foreign policy. In order to able to answer that, I will also look at historical roots. Where does the idea come from in the respective countries? What are the main drivers for the adoption of feminist foreign policies? The idea behind that is that such developments do not happen out of nowhere. So in accordance to the theory of longevity of the processes, it is worth to trace the story of gender and politics within the countries. And then after the first question, we have why this policy? So after this question, why this policy, the question 2 would be what changes? And this following question would then adding a bilateral or a bicontinental dimension, what changes or does not change in the international relations after having adopted such foreign policies. In short, are there changes in EU-LAC relations as an outcome of feminist foreign policy, at least between the countries following this common approach? The gender equality is already on the international agenda. It is a SDG goal. Their conventions were signed that shows commitment towards the expansion of women's rights. This is not a question as such, but it was, at least on paper, upgraded by adopting now a feminist foreign policy. And as I already said, this dimension in foreign policy, this feminist dimension, but in practice is not particularly radical, is particularly worth to be assessed in the case of EU-LAC relations, as those regions promoted by regional partnership based on the respect for human rights and common values. So on paper, based on the values, the rhetoric, the ideology, there's a lot of common ground. So to give an example, there was one first meeting in May. It was labeled as the first 6 countries to adopt a feminist foreign policy, with Sweden, Canada, France, Luxembourg, Mexico, and Spain, to meet, to discuss how to put feminist approaches at the center of the work of the UN. This was a tweet posted by the EU in Sweden. Key points they highlighted was gender responsive leadership, alliances, and resources. So this was in May 2022, quite recently. Nothing else was heard from that since, but it is interesting as a first step that Mexico came together with those 4 European countries and with Canada. So with this short outlook to the empirical example of feminist foreign policy, I will leave the floor for discussions, I would say, for the next speaker. Gianluca, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. A pleasure to listen to you. And this is really an interesting topic and a very interesting perspective that I'm sure will gain even more ground in the next few years. So we all look forward to the next steps in your research. Thank you. And now, last but absolutely not least, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Ginny Simon from the University of Concepcion. Ginny, great to have you with us, not only in the project, but also today here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gianluca. Good morning to people here in Chile. Good afternoon in Germany. 1 second, I'll share my panel. Let's see. Okay. Can you see my presentation? I hope so.
Yes, we can, but it's not full screen.
I think that's the same thing that happened to...
I think that we saw now YouTube, or that we saw StreamYard, so maybe we just have to pick another window. So this wasn't the presentation part, I guess.
I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. I think I'm going to do what Maria did as well, and so I'll just talk. Yeah. Wait.
So I guess if you...
How did you do?
We can just try again to pick the other window, then it might work. And if not, we can just go on without PowerPoint.
Let's try. Let's see. And now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
great.
Perfect.
Super. Well, that makes it a little bit easier, and that way I can go a little bit faster. Maybe we'll see if we can catch up on time. So as Gianluca said, I'm Jean Simon. I'm a professor of political science here at the University of Concepcion in Chile. And the issue that I'm going to look at today has to do with governance and sustainability. I put here, think globally, act locally, because when we talk about governance as well as sustainability, we are connecting the global levels to the local levels. In my talk, since we only have 15 minutes, I'm going to briefly present governance. We're going to kind of go along with governance throughout the presentation so that you can get a sense of what governance is from the global level to the local level, going through the European Union, as well as sustainability. In terms of sustainability, I think I'm going to highlight 2 points here before we get started. One, sustainability is a concept that has changed over time. It has a lot of different meanings. For example, sustainable development from the business perspective tends to focus principally on including different kinds of issues, social and environmental issues, into the production process. While for other people, sustainability means something much, there's a stronger interpretations of sustainability that really looks about generating a more sustainable environment that can be the base of the society. So I want us to think about those kinds of issues. The second element that has to do with sustainability has to do with the idea of future generations. And so it brings in the issue of the environment so that we can't destroy the environment now, because the future generations, essentially the younger generations, will have to pay the cost of those processes of development. So while we're looking at trade, while we look at EU cooperation in Latin America, it's also important to look at how sustainability is becoming a goal, as in feminist foreign policy, both for countries and for the world in general. So that's essentially what we're going to look at today. So one of the first questions is, how sustainable are our development models? Here are pictures from, that really could be any country, right? It could be Europe, it could be Latin America. And as I think, as Sandra was saying, a lot of what we export from Latin America to Europe has to do with raw materials, has to do with minerals, and that ends up destroying our production processes. A lot of times ends up destroying the environment in different countries. As well, there are also both industrialization, urbanization, large-scale farming, large-scale cattle raising, also are drivers for climate change, which is one of the principal challenges that we also face as a world, but also as countries, as well as at the local level. And so those are some of the challenges that governments are looking at, but also private companies, social organizations are all looking at. And so governance and sustainability are some of the issues that we need to look at in general as a society, as the human race. And so governance, when we talk about governance, we're talking about governance, one, at the international level. And so here's an image of the international environmental regime that talks about global governance that essentially began in the 1970s when we first began thinking about environmental contamination, about its impact on human health and on nature in general. And we have a series of agreements, treaties, conventions that begin to shape what the national state or what the states can do within different countries. And so, as you all know, the Paris Agreement is one of the principal ones that has to do with climate change. But essentially, all these organizations or states at the international level do trade agreements, but they also do environmental agreements that limit what they can do within their countries and what they can do between countries. And so when we think about governance, the first level that we look at has to do with the global governance level. And so in this sense, the international environmental governance, but governance in general, because we can also talk about the World Trade Organization, we can talk about the International Labor Organization, we can talk about the UN in general. And so it's a continuing process over time of interactive decision-making in international environmental matters. That's how we define international environmental governance. And it includes institutions and organizations, states, but also the institution organizations that are connected with the states at the international level, and binding agreements, policy instruments, and procedures that regulate environmental protection at the international level. And this also covers a wider range of stakeholder and informal arrangements, such as voluntary codes of conduct for private businesses and partnerships between governments and major groups. And they're all oriented by shared goals. And so when we talk about, for example, as I mentioned a little bit later on, the Sustainable Development Goals are some of these goals that orient both state action, local action, private action, as well as social organizations. So in this sense, governance as a concept is a new way of governing. So we change the way states govern. So it's not just the states that's putting the rules into place, but also public and private actors that are trying to achieve a collective interest. And in this sense, when we talk about sustainability, it has to do with sustainable environments, thinking about future generations. And we do that through collaboration and coordination based on rules and agreements, complementing other political and economic processes. So it doesn't replace the state, it doesn't replace the parliament, but it does complement that so that we can have more effective results. And so in this sense, governance arrangements are characterized as soft law, so that they're quasi-legal instruments that have no legal binding force, but essentially are based on will, on voluntad in Spanish. I'm trying to think of what the word, but essentially they're voluntary agreements. But at the same time, we recognize, or different states recognize, the importance of following these agreements to achieve the collective interest in some ways. And so essentially, as it says, it complements markets. And this is much more common within the European context. And indeed, it's much stronger in the European context than it is in Latin America, or it is in, for example, in North America. But it's a growing tendency throughout the world because it's a way of dealing with these complex issues, especially environmental issues. And so from the United Nations, we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we should try to reach by the time we get to 2030. And so there are strategic plans that there are commitments that different governments have made, as well as private companies. And so here I want to highlight 3 that have to do with the private sector: decent work and economic growth. Number 12, responsible consumption and production, that has to do with the circular economy, as I'll mention a little bit farther on, and climate action, which also involves adapting the productive processes to address and to adapt to changes on, or changes produced by the changes in climate. Now, in Europe, when we get to Europe, we also look at environmental governance that is multi-level. And so at the EU, you have a lot of these agreements, and that has much more weight within the law. But I also want to highlight what's going on at the local levels. And so at the local levels, you have different cities, especially the larger cities, that go connecting. And as we'll see, they'll connect with Latin American countries as well, or Latin American cities as well. And so you have this complex interconnection of cities, member states, supranational organizations like the EU, and global organizations like the United Nations. And so all these levels interact. And this is a concept that's known as polycentric governance. And so essentially, there's several decision-making centers at different levels. And so the challenge of coordinating is much, much bigger. And so that's why we set up these kind of ideas of like the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, so that we can coordinate our actions towards these similar ends. We also share knowledge and we collaborate. And so there are multiple actors who are essentially sharing different interests and needs, in this case, a healthy environment, and they work through different kinds of instruments. And so in your work, including how we look at global chains of value, global value chains, as described by Julie, I think, in her presentation, no, by Maria in her presentation, we can also look at how how those requirements to be sustainable are also included within these global value chains. And these issues are going to become increasingly important. It could also set up certain obstacles or certain barriers to trade by adding, for example, taxes with respect to your carbon trail. And so when we think about all these kinds of issues, these issues are all growing issues that we need to address, and we need to address early so that we're at a better place in the next coming years, not only to protect the government, the environment, but also to protect the businesses or our different activities that we're doing. So essentially, it's to think about future generations, and that involves changing how we act right now. So polycentric governance essentially involves cooperation, mutual adjustment, learning, and innovation. There are several challenges associated with this. One, there are multiple political authorities with superimposing jurisdictions, and sometimes there's not a coherence between the different rules at different levels. There's also a challenge within the government for coordination between the different ministries that are working within a government or within different levels within the same state. And so that requires effective communication and clarity on the goals. Different actors will respond according to their attributions and interest. And I would say one of the biggest challenges is to transform industry and citizen behavior to adapt to these new ways of organization, and to respect in some ways the new recommendations that are only recommendations, as similar to soft law, but are necessary to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. So multi-level environmental governance involves at least 4 elements. One, strategic coordination. And when we look at the EU, we have the European Strategy for Climate Change Adaptation, for example. Knowledge sharing is probably one of the most important. And here we have, for example, the Climate Adapt platform that shares information so that we can introduce good practices at different levels. Financing as well, so we can introduce, for example, infrastructure programs, innovation issues as well that include sustainability issues. And one of the most important, because a lot of the environmental issues that take place at the local level, is the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. And that's where the European Union or European cities connect with Latin American cities to develop local action plans. And so within this platform, the platform I put down here at the bottom, that's in Spanish as well as in English, and I would imagine other languages as well. There's a Covenant of Mayors for Energy and Climate. Here, thousands of local governments voluntarily commit to implement the EU's climate and energy targets. So essentially, the EU is playing a role of orienting the different cities to implement, facilitating so that they can develop local action plans, which will also favor local businesses, etc. And so it's a platform for exchange of information and knowledge with coordination mechanisms. It was launched in 2008 in Europe with the aim of bringing together local governments that voluntarily committed themselves to achieving and exceeding the EU's climate and energy targets. And today it includes cities and regions of all the continents. There's a specific program that's been developed in the last few years, which is the International Urban Cooperation, that has to do with city to city. And its objective is to develop together a local action plan to drive sustainable urban development. And as you can see, many of the countries that where there's cities that have joined this program are many of the cities that have the connection with the European trade agreements, as well as the Pacific Alliance. And you also have to think as well about the cities and how cities are run within Europe, as well as how cities are run within Latin America. And so this horizontal governance that they seek to establish through these local action plans are essentially coordination through planification. And so here the European Union is generating a very positive impact within the cities, translating as well as transferring good practices at different levels. And so you have the public sector, you have private sector that includes the export sector, the local industry and farmers. You have citizen organizations, including political parties, environmental organizations, as well as universities. So essentially you set up a cluster or a local regional innovation system to introduce sustainability issues within the city, not just within how the city is organized, but also how we interact at different levels, how we build houses, how we have transport, and how we continue to respect the green infrastructure or the nature or nature-based solutions. And so the European influence on Latin America has to do, on one side, with the nature-based solutions for climate change, which can be translated into green technologies as well as products for a circular economy. One of the principal challenges for European companies working in Latin America is to continue to respect many of the norms or the standards that are present within Europe when they're also working or investing within Latin America. As we saw in some of the other talks, a lot of what the European countries do in Latin America may be negative or may not be at the same standards that they do in Europe. And so the idea is to work through European Latin American cooperation so that we have a more equal balance, or to bring up the level of work, of production within Latin American countries to the European level. Danke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jean. This was a very interesting topic that also connects well with other presentations that we have had today and that we will have in our next events. So can I now open the floor to the public for questions and comments? So please feel free to use the function in YouTube and in Facebook to interact with us. We are waiting for your comments, and we are looking forward to receiving your questions if there are any. In the meantime, maybe while the public thinks of questions and comments, I can break the ice with a specific question for Maria, who kicked off our event. And I was wondering if in your research you have already come across, or do you expect to come across in the future, of any EU strategy to face or to counter-check the UK own strategy to open new markets and to sign new agreements. Is there any sign of that at all, as far as you know?
Thank you. That's a really good question. I don't think the EU has had time to really react. And one of the interesting things is at the moment, the UK, essentially what they're doing is catching up with the EU, the negotiations with Australia, which they announced last week that they have an agreement in principle. The European Union started negotiations with Australia before the UK did. So there is no immediate evidence of the UK reaching out to partners that the EU doesn't already have or is in the process of negotiating privileged relations with. I think that might change if the UK starts negotiations with the United States, for example. That would be a game changer. But there is no active approach to that. There is an important thing in the agreement between the UK and the European Union, and that is there are mechanisms for the EU to be able to keep a little bit of a tab on what the UK does in terms of its regulations. So things on agriculture or genetically modified organisms or hormone beefs or things like that. And the reason for that was to prevent the UK becoming a massive competitor or a threat to the EU, or signing trade agreements that would then allow third parties to export to the UK and then get things into the EU without meeting EU standards. So some elements of that were put into that trade agreement with the UK. That will be a very challenging relationship to navigate. We already know the problems, but that will continue to be navigated and renegotiated year on year, because that is the crux of what both the UK and the EU can then do with other partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for this very clear explanation of the current state of the art and the, may I say, unlikely future to happen then. We have a comment from the public, from Kirsten Hazel, who asks, I guess, Sandra, why are Chile and Venezuela not full members of CAN anymore, since they used to be?
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, they were members of the CAN, but as I said before, the CAN is a very interesting process which has been active within 50 years. So in these 50 years, there has been ups and downs, and one of these changes was lately, let's say after 2006, 2007, that many changes in South America started to take place. One of those big changes was the new waves of regionalism that started to be more active in the region. For instance, the creation of ALBA, the creation of UNASUR, the creation of other CELAC, for example. In the particular case of Venezuela, Venezuela was active promoter of ALBA. So in this sense, they were trying to, the objective was to make ALBA the regional organization that could have more common and unite the countries. So here it comes the dispute between Venezuela being in CAN and Venezuela being as well trying to go with ALBA more in the leadership. So Venezuela in the end decided to leave the CAN because it has a different purpose, different approaches on seeing the international insertion of the country in the world. For instance, the objective of CAN at the very beginning, or it has been based on trade, on investment, on economic integration processes, while, for example, ALBA had other interests, which were also on the social dimension. It had committees on health, on education, so it was, the scope was a bit broad. So there were those discrepancies, and so Venezuela decided to leave CAN. And a bit of the same goes for Chile. So Chile is nowadays observer member of CAN, and all these changes have happened during the last 15 years. So it's very lately, and the same goes for this country. So depending on the leadership that was at the moment in the countries, they tended to opt either for one of the regional blocs or to the other one. So yeah, that's the situation now with Chile and Venezuela, and this is why they are not in CAN.
Thank you, Sandra. This was the politological explanation. That is, Venezuela is sponsoring a different vision of Latin American regionalism from the one promoted by CAN, and the same applies to Chile. So whereas Venezuela might have been more oriented towards organizations such as ALBA, Chile was and still is oriented towards organizations such as the Pacific Alliance. Perhaps I may jump in and complement this more politological explanation with also a historical explanation. So Chile somehow abandoned the Andean community in the 1970s due to the clashes because of differences in political regime and orientation during the dictatorship in Chile. And when Chile decided to rejoin CAN, once Chile returned to democracy, it decided to do so only as an associate member. So basically Chile is gaining all the best it can from CAN without compromising itself too much with those aspects of the bloc that it doesn't share. On the Venezuelan side, when President Chavez arrived at power, he started to implement a quite different approach to regionalism from the one that Can at the time had. And in fact, in 2006, Venezuela decided to leave Can to join Mercosur. That was unfortunate for a number of reasons, including the fact that the final result were not very good for Venezuela, which is currently not only suspended, but double suspended, actually in legal terms, from Mercosur. Now, if we don't have any other comments, I would like to throw in a couple of more topics, one for Jean. Jean, you said basically in your presentation that now most of this EU-Latin America connection in terms of sustainability cooperation for the environment is down to the local level, which is quite encouraging also for our project because we have an expert on paradiplomacy, Professor Ostosa. But is there any sign that this kind of topic can at some point land on the high politics agenda between the EU and Latin America in some forms?
I would say yes. I think it's at different levels, right? And so, as I showed in one of the slides, so that you have the issue at the between states, but because a lot of climate change issues have to do with the local level, that is one of the areas where I think the European Union can really, or European cities can have a big impact on what's going on in the ground, essentially, because they can also, as well, with respect to trade, I think it's even a greater impact if they can work on transforming production processes. And then finally, as well, consumption. I mean, if we think about the European Union, if from Chile, they only accept, for example, salmon, which is produced here in Chile, that is grown or raised in sustainable environments that respect not only the Chilean laws, labor laws, for example, but also the European standards, then that would be a huge transformation. So I think when we look at these issues, we should look not only at what's going on between the state level, but also what's going on, for example, the European companies that are working or investing within Latin America. And so rather than just going there and buying or investing, they can also recognize that they're transforming. And I think that's a huge opportunity that exists, and that especially the people the students here that are listening to the talks should also look at how that can be an opportunity, an economic opportunity as well, to create those kinds of connections and to develop global value chains that really are sustainable.
Perfect. Thank you. There is one more question for you quickly from Kerstin Hazel again. Thank you, Kerstin, for your proactivity in this conversation. And Kerstin actually asks herself a very good question, because at the end of the day, what does Latin America really think or really do about sustainability? And she thinking, for instance, of a very challenging case, the case of Brazil. Jean.
No, exactly. And that's why you can't just look at the states. One, we can't really talk about what does Latin America think about sustainability, considering that Latin America is incredibly diverse. Also, and I didn't really talk about that in the talk, there is this whole debate, and that's why I talk about the sustainable development models at the very beginning, that essentially the developed countries or the industrialized countries developed first and they contaminated. But now that they're developed, they're putting limits on what's going on in Latin America, for example, and restraining their development. So I tried to take a different kind of way of looking at it, because in the end, who's paying the costs for the environmental contamination are the communities and the territories where contaminating companies exist in Latin America. And so especially with respect to the European companies that maintain their standards in Europe, when they come to Latin America, they lower their standards to adapt to a lot of the poor standards that are present in different countries, including Chile, where there is, I would say, I would say we try to reach better levels, but at the same time, we don't really. And so what I really want to encourage is that European companies, European organizations, public, private, universities, that they play this role as well to support people within the different countries who are working to protect the environment and to make all types of activities much more sustainable. And that's why I highlight especially the Covenant of Mayors, because through cities, we can transform, create projects that favor more sustainable cities, but especially important are the production processes and the consumption that the Europeans do of Latin American products, so that they also require that they're sustainable, and sustainable in a strong interpretation of sustainability, which includes not only environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability, equity, which would include, I would say as well, gender equity, if we look at the feminist public policy. So that's the long answer to the short question. So what does Latin America really think about sustainability? I'd say you have all sorts. You have people that are just trying to make money, but you also have a lot of people who are really trying to protect their territories, their environment, the quality of life. And it's good to have partners within other continents that can help support that, not only for those territories, but really for the planet in its totality.
Perfect. Thank you. I know that there are now 2 questions from the panelists, so I would like to give the floor to Julia first and then to Maria. So quick question, because we have another 3 minutes before we take our break. So quick question and please quick answer. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a general question on the consequences or potential consequences on Brexit for you, Maria. So you said mostly what you said was more about economic vision. What does it mean for companies? What does it mean for trade? As we are a chair of political science and also do a lot of regional integration, I would like to know. Oh, I think this is. Do you also hear it? Well, I continue speaking. Okay, I think now it's fine. So what do you think is the influence that the Brexit as a harsh disintegration movement has also a political impact on Latin America? So we know that in Latin America and the Caribbean, there are many regional integration movements, but also a lot of disintegration movements. So is there also kind of a political effect that Brexit has as disintegration in Europe?
I think that's a very good question. It definitely affects the power of Europe, not just economic, because it is now a smaller market, but also this idea and this attraction that more integration is always positive and better. Mm-hmm. It runs counter to that narrative. Having said that, I mean, to date, we don't have an entity in Latin America or elsewhere that is comparable to the European Union's single market. So I think we're talking about quite different things. But Brexit is a cautionary tale. I mean, it's now intermixed with COVID. So I think it's a bit difficult. But I live in the UK and I can tell you about the inflation. And it's not just COVID inflation. It's been very noticeable in the last few months. So there is a cost to this, and that cost might serve as a cautionary tale for others. I think the longer term impact will be a weaker EU and a weaker UK in the international arena. And that has to also send signals to other countries about some of the positives of coming together in a larger world. But we won't see that for quite a while, I don't think. And if I may, just very quickly, my question to Jean was, you presented some very interesting examples, and it sounded very much like, okay, the EU or EU mayors had these ideas, but I was wondering, what have the Latin Americans brought to the table, and is there evidence of learning processes the other way, so from Latin America to the EU? Thank you.
No, very, very interesting question. And one of the things that I always highlight about the European Union is that they set up these platforms, right? These virtual platforms that facilitate this communication. In Chile, they're beginning to work on that. But for example, in Chile and most Latin American countries, the local level has a harder time connecting, but at the same time, they also have greater interests. And so what do they bring to the table? I would say that's a really good question. I think it's like kind of like the center part of what I would say is it has to do with Latin America and Europe in general. Who I would say it has to do with kind of motivating the European cities to really value what they're doing a lot of times, because essentially for a lot of Latin American countries, or I'll talk about cities in some ways, because that's one of the projects I worked on with Sweden. And so when from small cities in Chile, when you can look and see what's going on within, for example, Sweden, but at the same time that they have different kinds of challenges, and that it's not really valued as much in Europe because it's kind of there in some ways, that for Latin American cities, when we look at that and we see how things work, it also, this energy or the importance of these changes that are being made at the city level, well, how important it is what they're actually doing. Because it may seem kind of mundane in Europe, but in Latin America, it makes a big difference. And so we can see kind of these differences. Also, I would hope that people begin to understand how you set up these global value chains in some ways. And so that what we eat in Europe has an effect on water or on consumption in Latin America. And so really what you hope is that there's a more global vision, and ideally we begin to transform this relation that a lot of times is very unequal in some ways, where Latin America is receiving and not necessarily cooperating. I would say in the last few years, especially, you can see a more equal relationship being developed. And then finally, especially just thinking in Brazil, there are a lot of democratic innovations that have taken place in Latin America. For example, in many of the cities in Brazil for a long time, the participatory budgeting and this kind of more larger connection in some ways to with the citizens and democracy to kind of add more energy to democracy, although that's been challenged in Brazil, obviously, with the actual government. And I'm not sure if that really answered completely what you were asking, but a very interesting question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this exchange. I'm afraid time is up, but we have one more very interesting question from Helen, which is related to the influence of the corona crisis in influencing somehow bilateral or bi-regional relations, EU, UK, and Latin America and the Caribbean. So Helen, if you agree, I will keep your question for the second session. I'll promise to address this question as a first question for the second set of panelists, but also take advantage of your assistance actually to promote another event that we will host tomorrow at 3 p.m. European time, 9 a.m. Chilean time, exactly on the impact of COVID upon international relations in the framework of another Jean Monnet project. So Helen and all the others who have an interest, please stay with us. We now take a 10-minute break, just a 10-minute break, and we promptly reconvene at 4 p.m.
So it seems like in the very last minutes, Gianluca's internet connection is missing. I think the most important things were said, right? But I think most of you are going to stay here in case Professor Gardini is not coming back soon. We'll see us here back in 15 minutes. Is this right? Okay. So for everybody who really needs a break, who really wants to grab a glass, yeah, now he's finally gone, can now go into the break. We'll be back here in 15 minutes with the next panelist, which will be, let's see, who's going to be last? It's Beatriz Hernández, right? Elena Lazarou, Gianluca by itself. So really looking forward to see you back in 15 minutes. Okay. And thank you also for your questions and for your attendance.
again, good afternoon to all our friends who follow us from Europe, and once again, good morning to all our friends who are following us from Latin America. And hello to all of those who follow us from other parts of the world, who are, of course, the most welcome too. So this is the second part of this event. We have another 4 panelists. I hope that we are all ready. Thank you very much to our audience to follow us so proactively and for being so participatory in the first part of the event. In this second part, we have more interesting topic to share with you. We will begin with Professor Beatriz Larraín of the University of Concepción in Chile, who will speak about justice, human rights, and the role of international courts in the relationship between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. Then we will return on trade issues with Professor Beatriz Hernández of Diego Portales University in Santiago de Chile. Welcome, Beatriz, who will talk about a new generations of trade agreements. And then I will conduct a short and I hope quite provocative and optimistic appraisal of the relationship between Europe and Latin America. And then we will conclude this session with Professor Helena Lazarou, who is professor at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, although she's now seconded in Brussels, working for the European Parliament. I would like, before we continue our discussion, to extend the most warm thank you to our technical team, and in particular to our 2 directors of the program, Andrés Coe and Francisco Riquelme. Francisco, Andrés, thank you very much for assisting us with the direction of the program. Great job. So we're now ready, and I can give the floor to Beatriz Larraín for her presentation. Beatriz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good morning to everybody in Chile. Good afternoon to everybody in Germany. Thank you, everybody, for being here. In Concepción, at least, it's a very cold and rainy morning, so thank you to everyone who got up to listen to our talks on Europe and Latin America. I'm going to look at this topic from a different angle. Let me tell you, first of all, for those of you who don't know me, I am a lawyer and I am a professor of law at the University of Concepción in Chile. And I specialize in courts, specifically the political power of judges in our world. And how I'm going to approach this is by looking at what some have called transnational judicial dialogues. I think it was Maria in her earlier talk. She spoke of interregional dialogues, but this will look at interregional dialogues from a different perspective, from the perspective of courts. Okay? And specifically, the dialogues in the case of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which is a Latin American court, and its European counterpart, which is the European Court of Human Rights. An element that defines the last decades in the political sphere is the tremendous power that judges have gained. And this has been at the expense of conventional political powers. The judge, as the idea of this neutral servant of Congress who has the real political power, is no longer an adequate description of what judges are or what judges do. Reality has shown us different phenomena that have occurred over the past decades. One of these phenomena is judicial activism, whereby judges go beyond the text or the letter of the law in order to protect the rights of individuals. And this is important because, in theory at least, the judge is only supposed to adjudicate or decide cases based on the letter of the law and not go outside of that, because it is going outside the scope of what Congress decided or mandated. The judicialization of politics, for example, is another interesting phenomena within the scope of judges' political powers, which means expanding the power of judges at the expense of traditional political powers. And by traditional political powers, I mean Congress and the executive. And by virtue of this judicialization of politics, judges not only decide all kinds of social, economic, human rights issues, but judges are also active creators of public policy. No modern study of public policy can go without the judicial dimension now, because we have governments that create public policies, but we have immediate challenges to governmental public policies which take place in the judicial arena. If we think, for example, of the power of courts in Europe, the European Court of Justice, for example, so remember that when the UK was deciding whether it should exit the European Union, one of the issues that was put forward to the public was this idea of taking back power. Power that this transnational court, the European Court of Justice, had taken away from the United Kingdom. So let's take back our powers. We don't want to be under the rule of the European Court of Justice anymore. This was a political campaign, right, based on the powers of an organ which is not even supposed to be a political organ. So what's going on with this? Let's think about Poland, for example. Some of the most brutal attacks on the rule of law that have occurred during the past few years have been aimed precisely at judges. Why? Because judges are now important political actors in all the public sphere. And as we were talking about at the beginning, there's within the expansion of the power of judges, there is a distinct phenomenon that has been identified with the term judicial dialogues. What is a judicial dialogue? It's a way of signaling a phenomena by which judges borrow from each other's case law, bringing foreign decisions to the domestic decision-making process. In other words, I am trying to decide a case, I don't know, in Chile, but to decide the case, I will bring into my decision a decision made by a foreign judge. Some may say, well, you know, this is normal dialogue, right? International dialogue. It is normal in a way, but it's not normal for a judge to do that. Why? Because a judge is usually forced to apply national law. Right? Or even if we talk about a judge in a certain continent, it's supposed to apply the law of that continent, not the law of another country or of another continent. So this is why this phenomena is special in a way, and not something that we would have seen 40 or 50 years ago, or not even 30 years ago. Well, as judges' powers grow, of course, so does the scope of the problems that they face. And there are certain problems that are so grave that they can only be solved on a global scale. For example, if you think about the environment, as Professor Jean Simon was talking about a while ago, access to clean water, for example, justice for activists, war crimes, for example. Some have even talked about judicial globalization. I don't know if you remember Anne-Marie Slaughter. Anne-Marie Slaughter was an important person in the Bill Clinton administration in the United States. She is a student of judicial dialogues, and she talks about judicial globalization. And one of the ways that we can, through judicial globalization and judicial international dialogues, that we can observe the presence of Europe in Latin America is precisely through the influences that European courts exercise over Latin American courts, precisely through the way that Latin American courts decide by using arguments given by another court. Specifically, in the case of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, it is the European Court of Human Rights, the obvious choice, as the European Court of Human Rights has become some kind of world court of human rights, right? A reference for all countries, even for those who are not subject directly to its authority. I want to briefly look at how these dialogues have occurred, in what number they've occurred, and exactly what types of issues the Inter-American Court of Human Rights has been taking or borrowing from the European Court of Human Rights and bringing, right, to this interregional judicial dialogues. If we look at this from a quantitative perspective, between the years 1987 and 2012, in general and on average, 59% of all decisions made by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights were decided taking the case law or referring the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. That means more than half, 6 out of every 10 decisions of the Inter-American Court were based on human rights decisions made by the European Court of Human Rights. There are even years such as 2003, for example, or 2001, where there was a peak of referrals. In 2003, for example, 86%, that means practically 9 out of 10 decisions, 75% in 2001. So there's a lot of dialogue, right? A lot of interregional dialogue occurring where the Inter-American Court of Human Rights brings the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. If we look at this qualitatively now, what is it exactly that the Inter-American Court is talking to the European Court about? A breakdown of the categories of issues. For example, the biggest category is human life at 30%. Means that 30% of these dialogues occur in cases where the right to life is involved. And when we speak of the right to life, I mean, for example, human life, physical and psychological integrity, the most basic protection of human life, the obligations of states with regards to human life, dialogues which refer to the concept of forced disappearances, torture, inhuman and degrading treatment, emotional harm, threat of torture, the death penalty, the prohibition of torture, the obligation of the state to guarantee the detainees' rights, obligation of the state to investigate death at the hand of state agents or private individuals, obligations of the state to maintain public safety policies to protect individuals from violence, obligations of the state to regulate use of firearms, etc., etc. Other types of obligations in a lesser number aren't as important as the right to life, the human right to life. And in other words, this shows that a court or a Latin American court in general is dealing still with the most basic transgressions of human rights. One of the judges put this really plainly. He said the development of the American democracies and the emerging culture with regards to human rights must abolish forever the use of violence, that eliminates lives, attacks freedoms, and affects the integrity of all individuals. When this objective is achieved, the Inter-American Court will be in a position to dedicate itself almost exclusively to other issues, which characterize a different phase as the European Court of Human Rights does today in most cases. If we look at some of the specific cases, for example, in one case, which is Loaiza Tamayo versus Peru, the Inter-American Court decided that, or defined what torture was, saying that even in the absence of injury, suffering at the physical and moral level, accompanied by psychological disturbances during interrogation, may be regarded as inhuman treatment. And they decided this as the European Human Rights Courts had decided in the 1978 case of Ireland versus the United Kingdom. In another case, it said, for example, that monetary compensations had to be adjusted by inflation following the 1972 case of Ringesen of the European Court of Human Rights. In another case, Caesar versus Trinidad and Tobago, the Inter-American Court decided that the very nature of judicial corporal punishment is that it involves one human being inflicting physical violence on another human being. This was the case where this country allowed for the public beating and whipping of detainees, and it decided that this was institutionalized violence, as the Inter-American Court of, as the European Court of Human Rights had decided in previous years. Therefore, there's a large scope of cases where the Inter-American Court is deciding based on what the European Court of Human Rights is also deciding. Now, there's an interesting trend which is still just budding. It's not there yet. I don't even know if we can call it a trend, but the European Court of Human Rights has now started talking back to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. In other words, it has started taking from the Inter-American Court's case law and bringing it to Europe in issues such as what Latin Americans called forced disappearances, which is basically state kidnapping and killing, where tortures where they can't find the body, and other such types of issues. So we now have some kind of dialogue going on between these international courts. The question, right, that begs to be answered now is what has happened since 2012, because these numbers, the data, the quantitative data I've showed you, was basically from the year 1978 to 2012. What has happened in the last decade? We're not sure. We don't know what has happened. What will happen with COVID? Will COVID change the way courts are dialoguing? Will it change this interregional judicial globalization? We still don't know. I think the chances are we will have more judicialization, more interregional dialogues as, again, we face these global problems. COVID is a global problem. The environment are global problems. So I think the stage is set for even more transnational cooperation or transnational dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. This was a very insightful and interesting presentation, and as you say, certainly has provided us with a different perspective on this EU, Latin America, and the Caribbean relationship. I would like now to invite Beatriz Hernández to take the floor. Beatriz is professor at the University Diego Portales at Santiago de Chile, and she will speak on a new generation of trade agreements between Europe and Latin America. Beatriz, you're the most welcome on the show, and it's great to have you with us in the project. The floor is yours whenever you're ready. Thank you. Is Beatriz there? Apparently there is a technical problem. She's not on camera. So let's see if we can resolve that. A second, I ask our director of programs, Francisco, do you think we can resolve this, or she's not in? Let's see. Otherwise, we just continue with our schedule and we wait for her to join us. Okay, so apparently we're unable to connect with Beatriz at this point in time. So if that is fine with Elena Lazarou, I would like to give the floor to her. Elena is professor at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation at Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and she will speak about Brazil-EU relations. Elena, it's a pleasure to have you on board, both in the project and in the live event today. The floor is yours, and we very much look forward to listening to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianluca. I hope you can all hear me. Good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you're logging in from. It's a pleasure to be here, as well as the other speakers. And may I also say that it's a pleasure to participate in this project, as it looks at relations between the EU and Latin America from both sides. And as Gianluca has kindly mentioned, I'm assistant professor of international relations at the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, but I'm currently on a long leave working on the other side of the Atlantic in Brussels. So for me, looking at this project from both sides is particularly interesting. Now, I was given the broad title of EU-Brazil relations for a 15-minute presentation, which of course is very difficult to do. So what I wanted to bring in today is discuss a bit, indeed, EU-Brazil relations, discuss them in the historical perspective, discuss them in the institutional perspective, and discuss them in the current perspective. So a couple of issues that are important to watch here today. But I wanted to do that in a way that make us think and keep in mind and also observe how the relationship between the EU and Brazil to major democratic spaces has evolved during the years and has evolved during the decades, I would say, on the basis of three main baskets of functions and variables. And the first here would be the politics and the global ambitions, so the domestic variables, the domestic identity of each, of Brazil and of the EU, which have led to specific foreign policy positioning during the decades, both in Brazil and in the EU. The second variable, the second basket of variables, I would say, is the trends in international relations. So in a way, I think Brazil and the EU offer themselves, that relationship offers itself for us, the observers, to see what the basic trends in international relations have been during various decades. So as I narrate my presentation, I think I would like to focus, and I'll stop at some points and point that out, that the Brazil-EU relationship has been bilateral, has moved to the interregional, and has become geopolitical, depending on the state of play in international relations and in global trends during the years. And the third and important topic is geopolitics. And in that, I would try to bring in some thoughts about issues that are currently on the EU-Brazil agenda, quite interestingly, one being the EU-Mercosur trade agreement and its ratification, the second being the potential for cooperation between the EU and Brazil in multilateral issues and the new multilateral agenda, and the third being the issue of democracy and what Brazil and the EU represent in terms of the world in the way it is systemically forming today and geopolitically forming with the rise of China and other geopolitics. But first, to go back a step and discuss the history of the engagement between the EU and Brazil, which actually is one of the most long-standing relationships, diplomatic relations between the EU, at the time the European Economic Community, and a third country, Brazil, as the relations were formalized back in the 1960s. So they go back quite some time. And Brazil was obviously always an area of interest, as it is a country which represents not only a huge market, but it represents a big force in the international environment. Not only in its area, its population, which has now grown to be about 212 million. So today, Brazil is about a population of half the population of the EU, but approximately twice the size in territory. Brazil is Latin America's largest and most populated country. Today, it is the biggest democracy in the region and still one of the freest countries in the region. So it is quite an interesting country for the EU to engage in today. And also its federal structure also bears some parallels with the EU. Now, as I said, the relationship started many years ago. It started in the 1960s. Diplomatic relations were formalized. And for nearly 3 decades, I would say, the dialogue was not as deeply explored, as 2 factors played a role here. One is that the European Union was not in itself, it was still in the process of forming its foreign policy identity. And at the same time, Brazilian actors were hesitant towards that European integration process, as they perceived it in many ways as a protectionist project. And that had to do a lot with the common agriculture policy, but also it had to do with internal political developments in Brazil, which affected Brazilian foreign policy, the military regime, the economic instability. So that for several decades prevented the development of institutional relations and prioritized Brazil's relations with specific European states, which were EU member states. And there we also see a legacy which has left Brazil often looking at the capitals of EU member states rather than at Brussels, as that's always a work in progress. What really reinforced the relationship was the entry into force of the Treaty of Maastricht, the adoption of the single currency later on. Anything that made the EU be reinforced as a successful regional project and a global soft normative power really played into the power of attraction of the EU for Brazil to engage with. This also coincided with the time of democratization of Brazil and its establishment as a democracy. And eventually, this also coincided, so we're now in the 90s and the 2000s, as a time where the EU successfully projected an image of an alternative foreign policy actor that could fill in some space left from the post-Cold War period, and also have an agenda, a positive agenda, which would be shared by Brazil's foreign policy, so the environment and human rights. So following that decades, the 90s, relations with Latin America were strengthened in general from the part of the EU. And as part of that, relations with Brazil were also strengthened. But here comes the first point of the impact of the trends in EU-Brazil relations. So the first trend that has decisively impacted that relationship at that time, so 90s, 2000s, is the trend for regionalism and regionalization and interregional relations. And what we see in the 90s and the 2000s is that the EU privileges blocks in South America and in Latin America. In South America, it privileges the relationship with Mercosur, the common market of the South, and from its part, those Latin America and its states, including Brazil, look at the EU as a model for regional integration. So during that first part of engagement of Brazil with the EU that is more forceful and more intense, and with Brazil as a full-fledged democracy in the 90s, the priority in the relationship between the EU and Brazil is this interregionalism. And in 1995, the EU and Mercosur signed an interregional framework cooperation agreement, They defined these priority areas, and we have back then only the beginning of the focus on the conclusion of an association agreement between the EU and Mercosur, an agreement that would be structured into 3 pillars: trade, cooperation, and political dialogue, and which becomes the underlying framework of what we've been seeing for the better part of these last 25 years being negotiated between the EU and Mercosur. So that's what I often call sort of the interregionalism period between relations between Brazil and the EU. And it's a large, it becomes a large part of Brazilian foreign policy as well, because Brazil is supported by the EU and in many ways influenced by the EU to engage in this project of regionalism in South America. It is a time, as I said, where regionalism is a trend. It's a time where the EU exerts a lot of normative power. Its integration, its ever closer union is something that others in other regions look to and aspire to. And we have that paradigm pretty much until 2004, where due to economic crises in Argentina and Brazil and to various issues domestically on the European side as well, we have EU-Mercosur trade talks stalled, to only be resumed later on at the end of that decade, and eventually to only be agreed on in 2019. But in that decade of 2000, we have a vacuum of this interregionalist approach. And I think that's the decade where we look to see a different approach of the EU to Brazil. And that approach is the approach which signals out, which highlights Brazil as a potential strategic partner of the EU. It is also a time when the EU itself is focusing a lot on the development of its foreign policy on the basis of strategic objectives. Let's not forget that that is the decade when in 2003 we have the first European security strategy, which highlights the importance of multilateralism and of engaging with strategic partners, those partners being partners in various areas, but predominantly, although not absolutely, democracies. So under that framework of the EU pushing forward with its common foreign and security policy and developing it, pushing forward its agenda to become more strategic in its international relations, including by promoting multilateralism. The interregionalist framework being at a moment where it is not moving ahead, I would say this is the moment where in 2007, with the signature of the EU-Brazil strategic partnership, we really have a moment of expectation in EU-Brazil relations. Of course, it's important to also remember that this is a time when Brazil, by 2007, is also pursuing its own strategic foreign policy under President Lula, Luiz Inácio da Silva, where we have a moment of Brazil's economy profiting from the global commodities boom, and that in itself leading to Brazil adopting a foreign policy which is diversified, which is focusing slightly more on becoming an actor of promotion of the global South and of engaging in coalitions with similar, I would say, actors, which are big democracies like the South Africa and India in the promotion of more inclusion of their voices in multilateralism. But at the same time, as Brazil asserts itself in the international stage, it becomes more relevant as a strategic partner for the EU. And there in 2007, we thus have the signature under the Portuguese presidency of the EU, of the strategic partnership between the EU and Brazil, not coincidentally, the Portuguese presidency. And that, in a way, although the strategic partnership has been an issue of a lot of academic discussion with regard to the degree of its obligatory or symbolic nature, but at that time, indeed, the strategic partnership commits, even though symbolically, but still also practically through action plans, the EU and Brazil, to deepening relations on issues of global relevance, on climate change, sustainable development, security, energy, renewables, the fight against poverty, also regional integration and stability, science, technology, multilateralism, triangular cooperation with African countries, and also to cooperate on issues related to trade. The strategic partnership is an interesting moment because also it has, in many ways, in spite of crisis, which I will refer to in a moment, also defined the agenda for the EU and Brazil to engage in. It has also been the birthplace of a number of high-level or other-level dialogues between the EU and Brazil. So in many ways, even if today we have had many more moments of ups and downs in the EU-Brazil relations, I would say that we still can look back to this strategic partnership to at least look at what in principle constitutes at the core like-mindedness between the EU and Brazil, notwithstanding waves of populism and different moves of political regimes that have come afterwards. But this commitment to the UN, to the global, to the Sustainable Development Goals, to a climate agenda, to a fight against poverty agenda. I would even add to that health, which at the time didn't receive a lot of attention, but now, of course, in the context of COVID does. So we really have in the strategic partnership, which we today, academics, we tend to say, well, actually it's in limbo, but we do have there the core of what is the like-mindedness between the EU and Brazil, where that relationship can be restored, rebuilt. So the strategic partnership is signed in 2007. At that moment, the EU is looking to Brazil not only as a big democracy, but also as a potential power in the region that can bring together more than just its neighbors, but the whole South American or Latin American region in an engagement with the EU in politics and trade, but also in the promotion of a global agenda. And I think that moment is really where the dynamic for the reinvigoration of the Mercosur-EU trade negotiation starts to rebuild. But of course, that is followed directly by the global economic crisis in the EU, and the turn again of the EU looking internally to fight this crisis and the numerous crises that follow. But 2007, the strategic partnership is again a moment that confirms that the EU-Brazil relationship is consistent with global trends in the way that middle powermanship, strategic partners, and the EU's build-up of a foreign policy agenda which involves partnerships is mirrored. As I said, the next decade follows with a number of crises, and I'm seeing my time flying quickly. So as I see that I have, my presentation is much larger than what the time that I have. But let me say that we move into a decade full of crises on both sides. The EU has to face the economic crisis, the migration crisis, the Brexit crisis, and a number of crises to do with the emergence of different anti-establishment political movements, things we all see in the different manifestations today. And at the same time, Brazil becomes gradually engaged in a series of crises itself, beginning with the social unrest that begins in the early 2010s, these scandals that are revealed regarding the Partido de Trabalhadores, but also other members of established political parties, impeachment of Dilma Rousseff, a number of successive governments taking power. So it's a turbulent time, and as we know, in turbulent times, it is quite likely that foreign policy becomes a number two compared to domestic policy. And in many ways, for many of us who research EU-Brazil relations, the multiple crises of these 2010-2015 times explain why we have something like a limbo in EU-Brazil relations. But we are now at a time beyond the limbo, and I'll finish there. I'll finish with a few points on that. We are at a time where crises in many ways have been overshadowed, the priority now is geopolitics and strategy again. And this is very much the case for the EU, who is pursuing its strategic autonomy, who is pursuing, together with the United States now, the way to contain a rising China with a different systemic model. And at the same time, Brazil is admittedly still engulfed in a big political crisis, as we've seen the rise of an administration that has led Brazil to being characterized less democratic and less free. But at the same time, it is also trying to counter the economic recession of the past year. So it's also pursuing pragmatically to boost its economic situation. And maybe that combination explains why in 2019 we have seen finally the reaching of an agreement in principle, of an agreement between the EU and Mercosur on trade, of course underpinned by the fact that Brazil is the EU's largest trade and economic trade investment partner in the region, and the EU is the second most important trade partner and the biggest, most important investment partner in Brazil. So we've reached an agreement in principle on trade, which, as I said before, is a big part of the content of the relationship. But what has emerged as a result of this EU-Mercosur agreement is a new facet of EU-Brazil relations, where under the current administration, of course, but also under the EU's new approach to foreign policy, which is very based on promoting the external dimension of the European Green Deal, on emphasizing human rights due diligence, labor rights due diligence, sustainability. Suddenly, while we have an agreement in principle, we also have a manifestation through the ratification process of this agreement of the many facets on which Brazil and EU are talking the same language about environment, about human rights, and about sustainability, but not at the same level, and where this trade agreement and its ratification are at the moment looking very unstable and unlikely because of issues such as the necessity for the EU of Brazil to provide this due diligence in those areas: environment, labor rights, and human rights. And obviously, I heard in the panel before that deforestation, biodiversity, and climate have been a big part of the discussion. So I'm happy to go on this in Q&A, the degree to which this EU-Mercosur agreement discussion has created basically a new facet of disagreement of the EU and Brazil on what constitutes standards in these areas. But perhaps I will finish by saying that beyond that, which I hope we will go into in Q&A as I've overrun my time, it remains a part of the EU-Brazil agenda that the two hold the potential together, assuming Brazil's democracy does not further decline, and that actually some parts of the democratic decline under the Bolsonaro administration are corrected. But Brazil continues to be a large democracy. It continues to, in its foreign policy, so not the political part, but the sort of technocratic part, be committed to multilateralism. And in a time when China becomes a systemic rival to the EU and the US, in a time where the EU is looking for credible partners to support multilateralism and to promote more multilateralism in the creation of norms to govern new areas such as artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and biodiversity mentioned and beyond. Brazil continues to play a role in these multilateral issues, and for example, cyber cooperation on cyber resilience, on protection of critical infrastructure, responses to cyber attacks continues to be an issue on the EU-Brazil agenda, which we tend to oversee because, of course, the focus is on the environment where the two disagree. But it's important to remember that, for example, the EU and Brazil both agree that international law applies to cyberspace, which is not necessarily something that other actors agree on, and that they are committed to that discussion taking place in the UN. So in spite of the current limbo, I think there is optimism to believe that in the future, and a lot will depend, of course, on the politics and the outcomes of elections, there is space still for Brazil to be a partner of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, for this very comprehensive overview on Brazil-EU, not only relations, but also the current agenda. And I can see already in the chat that there are a few questions for you on this topic. But now, apparently, we have resolved the technical problem. So we're delighted to welcome Beatriz Hernández live on the show. Beatriz, you're welcome. Your presentation will be on trade agreements and especially a new generation of trade agreements between the EU and Latin America. We very much look forward to hearing your presentation. You're the most welcome to the show.
Thank you, Gianluca. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share with you a presentation about the trade negotiation between the EU and Chile. Apparently, I cannot share it, or I don't know how. Let's see, StreamYard. Well, apparently I cannot share the presentation. So I will send it to you if you want it through Gianluca Gardini. The trade agreement between the EU and Chile start negotiated in 1999, and it preceded by a cooperation frame agreement in 96. This frame agreement allow the Chilean government and the Chilean custom to train and prepare for liberalization and trade with the European Union. And it also has a bilateral cooperation towards the strength of small and medium enterprises, the statistics, and also the state reform. So Chile was the second country in Latin America after Mexico to have a trade agreement with the European Union, finally signed in 2002. Besides the small market size of Chile, Chile was an important country because it has a political stability, a trust, and in a strong regulation and market liberalization. They, at difference with other countries like Brazil and Argentina, they have a business that is strong, with a strong support to liberalization, and they also didn't have, they have weak unions. So that helped to have this association agreement. From the EU side, it was an important agreement because Chile was already had already signed FTA's agreement with Canada and United States, so they didn't want to lag behind. If we see the benefits of this trade agreement in terms of growth and development, this trade opens made Chile today more open than other BRICS countries, even Japan or United States or France or United Kingdom in terms of liberalization. Chile has 26 trade agreements and is already negotiating a Trans-Pacific Agreement, the PPT, and they have an annual growth of GDP of 5%. And since 2000, the GDP per capita has grown from $5,000 US to $14,000 US in 2018. So we see that Chile benefits from free trade agreements, including the EU trade agreements, but only 7% of their exports are on high technologies. Chile, as the rest of the Latin American countries, remain a country that exports mainly commodities. 54% of exports are on mineral. Chile is the largest country to produce copper, The rest is on agriculture and fisheries. So they have an unequal or asymmetric trade with the rest of the world. And in terms of development, the free trade foster growth, but it doesn't mean that has foster development. Chile remained the highest country at the OECD with income inequalities, only preceded by Costa Rica. It has a Gini coefficient of 4.4, while other countries in Europe, like Portugal, has 3.1, or Spain has 3.4, Greece has 3.5. So inequality is one of the biggest problems in Chile, along with the gender labor participation. Only 53% of women participate before pandemic in the formal labor market. Many of them participate in informal market, which is the informal markets represent more than 20% in the country. And if we talk about the Chileans' wage, 50% of citizens in Chile earns 470 euros, which is below the line of poverty for households of four members. So we see that there is still a certain vulnerability, a social vulnerability in Chile. Well, in terms of trade, Chile was the main partner for Chile for many years until the economic crisis in 2008, when China took the first place, because China was developing so fast and signed an agreement, a free trade agreement with Chile in 2006. And China became the first trading partner for exports and imports. Still, even if the EU become the third partner for Chile instead of the first, we can see the benefits of this trade agreement, and we can compare it with other FTAs that Chile has with the United States and China. One of the main trade benefits for Chile is the export diversification of products. With the European Union, the products of export rise from 1,458 to 1,577 products. If we compare it with the United States, the exports to the United States diminished from 1,374 to 1,312 products. These are numbers from the Economic Commission for Latin America of 2020. And copper represents 54% of exports of total export of Chile. That means that copper is the main export products, and it has a concentration of exports from the mining sector. But for the association agreement with the European Union, this number changed in 18 years. So from 54% of export from copper now has diminished to 35% of the concentration of copper, which is a very good sign. If we compare it with the Chilean FTA with China, 80% of exports are mining products, and it concentrates only on 473% of products. What is the problem with that huge concentration and a small limited size of products that are exported? It means that benefits to multinational mining companies and not medium and small enterprises. So the benefits of the FTA with China are very small for the citizens of Chile. And that's a huge difference of the European Union from the United States and especially China. Since 2016, the Chilean government proposed the European Union to modernize the association agreement, and it's been taking a very long time to sign the agreement. If we compare with Mexico, which negotiated and signed very fast, Chile has a lot of problems that we are going to see now. Well, first of all, I would like to stress the change or shift of the EU strategy, the trade strategy in 2015. In 2015, the European Union realized that the benefits of trade with third countries was not reaching everyone, all the citizens, and they have a new strategy named Trade for All. Yeah. With this new focus on this strategy is concentrated more on development. So for the first time, is combining trade with development. And the negotiations that are on course with Chile, the European Union decided to include a chapter for small and medium enterprises, which are, in general, the most affected by liberalization. So if we see and analyze the agreement with the European Union, it has a huge difference with China and United States because, well, today in Chile, small and medium enterprises only represent 20% of the total enterprises. Most of them are, 80% are micro enterprises, very small enterprises. And only 1% are big enterprises. And the big enterprises export 90% of the total export. So small and medium enterprises today only export 2.6% of the total exports. The difference with the European Union is that when we analyze the participation of these small and medium enterprises, we see that they represent 40% of the total exports. So we see that this trade agreement has a huge benefit for these small and medium enterprises that creates a lot of direct and indirect employments. And the European Union also focus on fair trade for small traders and artisan women. The Chilean government has the initiative to include a new chapter on gender. And this was an initiative following the modernization agreement with Canada and the Chilean agreement with Uruguay. So for the side, for the European side, was very welcome. And it also aligned with the United Nations trade focus on gender. So in the future, well, it's now that the European government is working with the Chilean government to foster the participation of women in trade, especially in small and medium enterprises. The other chapter that is included in the news modernization is the idea that the EU must cooperate with partners and must foster sustainable development. So it has an environment chapter that will allow transfer of technology and know-how that includes renewable energies, sustainable technologies, waste treatment, controlling the use of fertilizers, air and water pollution. Why? Because this has an impact on agriculture and fishing, which are the other two major dimension of the trade agreement. They also have included a chapter on digital economy, similar to the EU-Mexico Association Agreement. And this digital economy, which is now with this pandemic more important than ever, will set the digital trade rules such as recognition for electronic signature, standards, paperless trading. The problem is that Chile lacks of a description of what it is a digital enterprises. And it doesn't have statistics on enterprises that work on the digital economy, which is a problem to design public policies. And it's also a problem to today to negotiate with the European Union, because the regulation of the protection of data of the European Union is much higher in the EU than is in Chile. And if we see the investment, we talk about sustainable investment today. And the EU remains the main investor in Chile, with 36% of the foreign direct investment in the country. And it has a difference with other foreign investors, such as Canada, United States, or China, that they concentrate the foreign investment in mining. For the EU, they concentrate this foreign direct investment in services such as banking, telecommunications, and water and energy. And the European Union, during this pandemic, has increased its investment, and the new investment, 63% of the EU new investment, are concentrated in renewable energies. Yeah? This investment, they will foster and create green employment. The Agency for Investment in Chile has made an estimation of 2,400 job creation for this future present and future investment in renewables. Most of the renewable energies in Chile are coming from European investors. Today, if we see the energy matrix in Chile, more than 20% of the energy in Chile is now made from renewable energies. What are the problems of the trade negotiation? Well, we can see that Chile, as the rest of the Latin American countries, has structural problems. Yeah, structural problems of the number of enterprises that participate in trades. Like the biggest enterprises concentrate most of the exports, and Chile has a problem also of wages and inequality. But the obstacle of this negotiation of the modernization of the trade association agreement is related to the improvement of tariffs that are not included in the 2002 agreement. there are at least 400 tariff lines, I mean, agricultural products, that are not included in the 2002 agreement. That means that at least there's a problem of very few products that are included in the previous agreement. And there's not only a problem of tariffs, but there's a problem of quotas. Yeah? These quotas doesn't allow many products like cheese or cookies to export to the European Union, because the quotas are very low, and they have this principle of in trade of the first to come, first to serve. So Chilean producers, they prefer not to export to and take risks for this export to European Unions, because the quotas are too low. They reach, when they arrive to the European Union, that the quota is already surpassed. The other problem is the new geographical indicators for indication for 68 types of cheese. That includes many cheese like mozzarella, Gouda, Camembert, that are already produced in Chile. But the European Union, that is becoming very protective to some countries like Portugal or France, want to protect their cheese. And Chile today, Chile doesn't export any kind of cheese to the European Union, and the European Union is the main exporter of cheese in the world. So this is a huge asymmetry of in the world trade of cheese for a little country, a small country like Chile, that won't be allowed to export this kind of cheese to the European Union. Today, that doesn't make a lot of problems, but if Chile accepts this geographical indication, it will prohibit Chile to produce and sell at the national market, meaning Chilean market, this kind of cheese. And that is a huge complication for Chile. And it's one of the main obstacles of the trade negotiation. Another obstacle of the trade negotiation is the EU General Data Protection Regulation of 2016 that requires legal change for the Chile protection of data outside EU. It means that limits digital economy, business and trades and services with the EU, because Chile today, it has a data protection, but it doesn't have the high levels of protection that the EU requires. That will be solved in the future, because there is a law initiative from the government to change it, but it hasn't been solved yet. It will be solved in the future. So the other side of the association agreement or pillar is the cooperation side. And if we want to talk about growth and development, we need to strengthen cooperation with Chile. Why? Because Chile is a country that doesn't have problems of poverty, but it has problems, structural problems, socioeconomic problems, associated to labor, health, education, justice, in general, inequalities. So if we see the strategic cooperation in Chile, the bilateral cooperation in 2007 to 2013, the shared funds focus on social cohesion. It also focuses on innovation and competitiveness, But the European Union realized that the problem in Latin America was a problem of social cohesion. So citizens cannot benefit from trade agreements and growth if it doesn't have the right policies that stress the labor access or education access that diminish these inequalities. The problem is that cooperation ended in bilateral cooperation ended in 2014. Since the economic crisis in 2008 in the European Union decided it has a new strategic foreign aid strategic for the poorest countries, and they decided to graduate countries like Chile that has a high income of 2,000 US dollars, and they graduated in 2016. So Chile is not receiving any more bilateral cooperation, but it has profit the regional cooperation with the NDCI instrument. They focus on gender, labor, immigrants, access to justice, and also energy and environment protection. But the amounts are very small, even if the projects are very successful, such as the Euro Social Program. The amounts for this regional cooperation is really small. They also have benefit from triangular cooperation with special funds that made Chile a regional leader on triangular cooperation in the region. And since the graduation, countries like Chile and Uruguay, they negotiated at the DAC, at the OECD, the creation or recognition of that they are countries in development transition. I mean, they have a higher income level of 2,000 GDP per capita, but the real situation is that only 70% of the citizens receive that income. So today, the European Union decided to create a bilateral fund with two pilot projects. One of these is on green hydrogen. Yeah. What is the future of the relationship? There's a strong decision from this government and also Josep Borrell at the Commission and the Council to sign the new agreement with Chile. And we don't know if the obstacles are going to be solved, but the truth is that the pandemic will force us to strengthen bi-regionalism and foreign aid. In the case of Chile, today citizen unrest and demands for social cohesion are getting close to the EU agenda and the key role of programs such as Euro Social. So the EU values that transfer through cooperation are very important today because citizens in Chile are demanding an improvement on social cohesion. And the second thing is the energy transition for 2050. The Chilean government is very compromised with energy transition and the Paris Declaration. So the EU investments in green economy and employment will be helping Chile, especially in the pandemic, to create new employment. Today, Chile ranks as the number one country in the world by the Climatoscope and Bloomberg Index for investment in renewable energies. And that will be a good sign of leadership of the European Union in the country. As a conclusions, well, why is important to complement trade with foreign aid and social cohesion? Well, this is what I'm going to analyze in my paper in the following months, how this trade can benefit and should reach all the citizens, how are the best ways through this new negotiation, for instance, with the small and medium enterprises chapter and the gender chapter, and also how avoid economic regressions. We also think that countries like Chile, they have a high income GDP per capita, but still is a vulnerable country, and there can be economic regression as we see now with the pandemic. In the case of leadership, I think the European Union can foster regional growth and can improve their leadership that has been lost for the last years when China took the lead in the region. And another difference with China is the protection of the public international goods, such as natural resources and environment. In the case of Chile, the EU is one of the associated with Chile to promote protection of the environment, but also one of the strategic regions for Chile is the Antarctica. So the recognitions that Antarctica must be protected, the oceans and the land, is not today a compromise from the Russian or Chinese government, while the European Union is having a leading role with Chile and Argentina. So there's many topics in the international agenda that Chile and the EU are agreeing today. There's a disagreement today to work on and make a difference with the other partners that Chile has. And I think that the position of the EU can be changed in the future. So thank you very much. And I apologize for my Spanglish. If you have any questions, I can answer now your comments or doubts from my presentation. Thank you very much.
For comments in a while. Now, in principle, it's my turn, but how difficult it is to give a sort of preliminary appraisal after so many interesting and insightful presentations. So, as you have seen, the relationship between Europe and the European Union on the one hand, and Latin America and the Caribbean on the other, is extremely well articulated. It's extremely complex. And as we have seen from a number of the presentations today, this is a quite well-functioning relations. In spite of that, unfortunately, there is a perception, a quite widespread perception, both in academia and in policymaking, that the relationship is not performing well enough, or at least it is not performing according to expectations. So in the remaining 10, 15 minutes, I would like to share with you some idea and make the argument that, in fact, the EU-Latin America relationship is not only working well, but it is probably exceeding its current potential because it has to struggle against a quite adverse moment, historical moment, and systemic context. So if we follow the literature and if we follow also statement by the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Policy, Mr. Borrell, and the number of EU ambassadors to Latin America, well, the bi-regional relationship has not reached its full potential. But unfortunately, there are two problems with that. The first is that nobody is able to tell us what is then the real potential of this relationship. But the second problem, which has a very strong policy relevance, is that when we generate very high expectations, probably too high expectations, we may also generate disappointment. And the insistence on values as a basis or as a main basis for EU-Latin American relationship, in my view, is quite misplaced. Because what actually drives foreign policy is not just values, but it's essentially interest. And values, of course, help shape interest. They concur to shape interest. But when we talk about interest, we should really talk about strategic interest. That is, those interests that have to do with the prosperity and the survival of a community. And if we look at the strategic interest of the European Union, in fact, Latin America plays a very marginal role, extremely marginal, I would say. So if we consider that first, that background first, then we have to re-evaluate the value and the importance of the actual EU-Latin America relations, which is, I repeat, quite strong, quite well articulated, and quite well functioning. So if you look at the strategic interest and the strategic agenda of the European Union, what can we see? Well, basically, there are three strategic interests. The first one is European prosperity and wealth. The second is energy supply to make Europe work and live comfortably. And the third one has to do with identity in Europe and therefore with migration flows and integration. So in all these three dimensions, Latin America has a quite marginal role for European politics and policies. That is to say, if we talk about prosperity and wealth, the first dimension, well, the EU only imports 5.3% of its total imports from Latin America. And it actually exports just little over 6% of its global trade. If we look at the second dimension, that is the energy supply to Europe, actually no Latin American country features in the top 10 suppliers of either oil or gas to the European Union. And the only Latin American country that has a significant role in providing energy to the EU is now Colombia, but that is in the sector of coal. And coal is one of those factors that the European Union is actually trying to phase out. So in strategic terms, we can say that the EU has no real, tangible, concrete strategic interest in Latin America. However, because of values and how they shape history and politics, the European Union has a very healthy and well-functioning relationship with Latin America. Let's be realistic and pragmatic here. So if we look at the economy, the EU is still the first investor in terms of stocks in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's the first provider of aid cooperation. Until 2015, the EU was still the second largest trade partner for Latin America. Then it was replaced by China, and it is still today the third largest partner. Not only that, but in the last 20 years, the EU has maintained a quite stable share of trade with Latin America. That is, the EU represents more or less 12% of Latin American and Caribbean export. So that is constant. It was like that in 2000. It was like that just before the pandemic broke out. And in fact, in absolute terms, trade has expanded and not contracted. The point is that other actors such as China, but also South Korea, India, and other emerging power have eroded someone else's share, in particular the US's share, whereas Europe has remained stable as a destination for Latin American exports. But also if you look at the terms of trade, you can see that the EU plays a quite positive role for Latin America. Latin American export to the EU represent commodities or are composed of commodities and raw products only for 51% against the over 70% of Latin American export to China. That means that the added value and the quality of trade between Europe and Latin America is certainly more favorable in qualitative terms than the trade Latin America has with China, for instance. And also in political terms, Europe has had an established, institutionalized political dialogue with Latin America since 1999. Now, it is true that we haven't had a Latin American-European political summit for the last 6 years, since 2015. But that has not damaged, if we look at the figure, either trade or other types of relationship. In fact, EU-Latin American relations are as lively and kicking as they have been at any point in time. So if we consider this, I would suggest that we should re-evaluate the presence and the value of the European presence in Latin America. Also because the current systemic scenario presents us with very significant challenges for this bilateral relationship. The pandemic, first of all, has changed priorities everywhere, but still there are possibilities to turn these challenges into opportunities. For instance, the pandemic has shown a huge penetration of China's health, mask, and vaccine diplomacy in Latin America, overshadowing the effort that other actors do. And although here I'm not defending the EU health policy towards Latin America in the last year and a half, it is true that the European Union has mobilized almost €1 billion in help for Latin America against the pandemic. And it is also true that the EU is one of the major contributors to the COVAX program to provide vaccine to Latin America and other developing countries. If we look at other systemic aspects, they also provide difficult and challenging context backgrounds for EU-Latin American relations. For instance, this idea that globalization is in transition, it means that value chains, global values chains, are getting shortened. So we are moving from global to regional value chain. That is true for Asia and for Europe. But this also allows new opportunities for European-Latin American relationship, because Europe might be able to provide preferential access to its own value chains for Latin American partners. Also, multilateralism appears as an instrument, as an institution in crisis. However, I would suggest that this could be turned into an opportunity too, because in fact, multilateralism can become more functional. Think of global health. We all need more and not less multilateral coordination in the sphere of health. So Latin American-European relations can also be relaunched, for instance, in a new health or global health management and governance opportunity. If we look at the rise of new powers, of course they are eroding the US and the European position in Latin America. But both the US and the European Union can cooperate further and more strongly with Latin America to set good and mutually favorable rules, for instance, to regulate Chinese investments, or to promote other regulatory frameworks, not only in investment, but for instance in energy grids, energy infrastructure. Then the role of the United States, which remains the key partner of Latin America. But Europe has a possibility to coordinate with the new Biden administration and with Latin America to work together on at least 4 major topics. For instance, the new emphasis on democracy and democratic values, the Green Deal, infrastructure and digitalization, and finally, a very important social aspect, the new priority to middle class that is key in the Biden administration and that is turning key in all policy debates here in Europe. And final aspect, 6th aspect of this strategic and systemic context is the supposed weakness and decline of Europe. But I would counter-argue that if there is a strong point in the international system today, it's actually the resilience of Europe. Europe, in spite of all criticism, remains the biggest market of the world. Europe is the first destination and the first source of global investment on the planet. And the EU, in spite of criticism, remains the most open economy on the planet. Around 70% of imports come to Europe free of charge. Now there is a question. Can we do better? Can we do differently in Europe and also in EU-Latin American relations? Of course we can. And believe me, we are at work for this. This project is testimony, is witness to this effort. With this project, we want to promote better, stronger, more equitable and fairer relations between the 2 continents of Latin America and Europe. But the point I would like to leave with all of you before we dive into the discussion and we open debate to the floor is that actually the EU-Latin America relation is not in crisis. We can do better, we can do more, but actually this relation is quite strong if we measure it, if we assess it against a quite challenging systemic context. The problem is that in the last few years, there has been probably too much emphasis on the agent, on agency, in the wrong and misplaced belief that political will can achieve everything. It is not so. Even political will and political commitment have to take into due account the limits set by the context. And in any case, are we really sure that in both Europe and Latin America, there is for real, in serious terms, the political will to improve bi-regional relationship Europe-Latin America? That's a very good point and a very good question that I hope that the team of researchers can develop during this event and in the next years of this EU in LAC project. Thank you very much. I would now like to resume discussion and open the floor for questions and comments. I can say that we have already one question. So if we can now back to the major screen with all the panelists involved, please. Thank you very much. Great. This is a question that is a spared question from the previous session, but I would like to invite all my colleagues on the panel to answer a question from Helen, who asks us if we think that the coronavirus and the current pandemic has actually influenced significantly bi-regional and bilateral relations between the EU and Latin America. And she also asks is a short answer to this question possible? That's probably the most challenging thing. So I would say that we can answer in reverse order, and I would give the floor first to Beatriz Hernández. Beatriz, please, what do you think?
Thank you, Gianluca. That is an important question because in the case of Chile, you mentioned that the EU is the main donor for the COVAX program, which is true. But in the case of Chile, the relationship with China has been key for the development of the vaccines, of the Chinese vaccine, and the access of the distribution of vaccines is a huge problem today. Even if we have the COVAX program, vaccines are not reaching everywhere in the world. So for the Chilean government, the relationship with China, this trade agreement in 2006, these good relations that they have with China has been key to get access to the Chinese vaccine, which is now the main vaccine which we have access here. And when we talk about protectionism, I think that the image of the EU has been very protective with the vaccines. So in my presentation, I try to distinguish the European Union trade and values for foreign aid from the Chinese. It was very short. I mean, we can talk a lot. And I think that the EU has a leading role in trade, fair trade, and foreign aid. But in the terms of the vaccines, I think in Chile and maybe in general Latin America, China is having the leading role. I think the EU should do best.
Thank you. Absolutely. I think we all agree on this final recommendation. We all hope that you can do better. Beatriz, Larraín, what do you think, or what would you answer to this question?
Well, with regards to my area of study, which is the law and the power of courts, I would say that COVID will only, spur further litigation and spur further power of judges. Just it hasn't even been a month. I don't know if you've heard about it, but they've had the first hearings of European Commission versus AstraZeneca, because it has not been able to comply with all the doses that it was originally intended to bring to the European Union. And that's just the EU with AstraZeneca. What will happen in the United States? We don't know. What will happen in India, in Latin America? There are in the States certain provisions of the contracts between the vaccine manufacturers and the states that prohibit people from suing the vaccine companies over damages with the vaccines. But those agreements are only binding within the European Union or within the United States where they were made. It doesn't extend or doesn't apply to the rest of the world. So what will happen in the rest of the world regarding digitalization and COVID? We don't know. Until now, judges have been kind of holding back. They haven't displayed their full powers because we've been dealing with the direct emergency of COVID. But as time goes by and the emergency of the situations declines, we'll have other issues related with COVID. What happens with vaccines, efficacy, doses, collateral damages, the people that have died or been injured by AstraZeneca or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, we don't know. So I predict that, yes, this will only lead to further judicialization. In general, tragedies, the large-scale tragedies do lead to judicialization for a series of reasons, but that's what I believe will happen.
Thank you. I think we can subscribe. It's probably what we will probably see is a growth in litigation and further legal issues arising of different species and in different parts of the world. And may I ask Elena and probe you further a little bit with reference to Brazil for this question?
Thank you, Gianluca. In fact, of course, I subscribe to the view that COVID and vaccine diplomacy by China and Russia, I should add, in Latin America, have made the EU revisit, the geopolitical importance of that region as a place where the whole geopolitical systemic game could play out in Latin America and Africa, and those spaces that I would also argue at times have been neglected in the EU's foreign policy. But picking up on that, because vaccines and digitalization have been mentioned, and trying to look forward, because the question is, how has the virus influenced the bi-regional relationship? And I imagine that means, what has it changed in the way that it will pan out in the future? And here I'm a bit optimistic, I have to say, because I think because of that vaccine diplomacy that has played out, and because of the coronavirus, the EU has been forced by Corona to look at what is happening in Latin America in terms of informality of labor, in terms of the geopolitical game at play there. And I have a feeling that we've seen in this past year more on Latin America by the High Representative, by the European Parliament, than we would have otherwise seen. We've seen resolutions, we've seen discussion of informality. So while so far I wouldn't say we've seen that much happen, I think as a trend, COVID has shifted attention to that region. And in Brazil in particular, there's a counter trend to that, which is that the economy has been severely affected by Corona. And when the economy is severely affected, that means it has to look at its big trade and investment partners, and it has to move in a direction that is positive in that relationship. So if we look at what's happened under the Bolsonaro administration in this Corona environment, is they're slowly moving towards more compliance and more modesty in the relationship with the EU when it comes to especially these issues of deforestation, but also I think possibly, at least in principle, complying with more of these human rights pressures that are coming from the EU.
Perfect, thank you. I can only subscribe, especially to this optimistic touch that you have added. So let's hope that the pandemic at least will somehow reactivate a certain interest, even though perhaps a more geopolitical than otherwise kind of interest, but that's what we can see. On my side, I also think that time will somehow do justice to Europe-produced and US-produced vaccine. And the first studies are already out that Chinese and Russian vaccine are certainly effective, but much less than they pretend to be. We already have the first few studies which demonstrate, for instance, that the efficacy of the Chinese vaccine in Chile was about 67% and not over 90%, as the producer at first suggested. So 50% in Brazil, 50% instead of 90, 67 in Chile, and also 67 in Indonesia. So I think that time will do justice also to the quality of certain vaccines, which does not exclude, on the contrary, that reinforces the point that the EU can be certainly much more proactive in Latin America and other parts of the world and really take a role as a force for good. Now we have some more here for Elena. I think the topic of Brazil was a big hit with our public. And Sophia asks you, why did you define Brazil a democracy? I guess this is a huge provocation by Sophia, but how would you define the state of democracy in Brazil? First question. And then again, for you, Elena, you might have seen already this in the chat. I think this is a very good and interesting question. Does the EU or has the EU recently and in any form criticized the environment harming policies in Brazil, especially under Bolsonaro, and what's the state of the art of that? Thank you.
Thanks, Gianluca. I actually saw these questions and I was grateful to those who asked them, because these are points that my presentation that I didn't manage to get to. Just to be brief on democracy. I define Brazil as a democracy because Brazil is still defined as a democracy based on basic parameters of democracy. Notwithstanding, deterioration of democracy is something that we see a lot of. If you look at all the indices on democracy by Freedom House, by VDEM, by all the indices that measure elements of democracy, Brazil is undoubtedly declining. But I think that falls in a general situation that we are facing today, which is we don't talk about a binary, yes, democracy or no democracy anymore. We talk about a qualification of democracy and about various varieties and levels of democracy. And this is a huge global debate. It's not just about Brazil. So I define Brazil as a democracy because for the time being, it satisfies elements of what is democracy. There are elections that take place. There are, as I said, a decline in quality of medium freedom, of civil society participation, and various elements that are part of a qualitative definition of democracy. But I suppose I also have an optimism that following the next election, we will see that revival. And I do think that in the EU's lexicon for the time being, Brazil is a democracy, albeit one where a lot of red alerts have started ringing. One of them being, and for me, perhaps the biggest one being, the lack of support for democracy demonstrated in opinion polls before the last election. So we saw before the last election where Jair Bolsonaro was elected that a number of Brazilians were saying, we do not care so much about having democracy. We care about, the fight against public crime and the economy. But that's why I used this word. On the environment, in fact, the EU, as we know, is multi-level. But I would say the form in which it criticizes the environmentally harming policies of Brazil the most is parliaments. In the European Parliament, there is criticism of that to the degree that there is one resolution where it has been said that this EU-Mercosur agreement should not be signed until there are further provisions on deforestation. Various European EU member state countries' parliaments have said they would not ratify this deal because of the deforestation issues. EU civil society has criticized the Bolsonaro administration's environmental approach to the environment. So there are several sources of it. And one important reaction, I think, even though that's not a criticism, but from the Commission side, is that it has said, it will not reopen the agreement, but it will add an additional protocol on sort of that aspect, which I think suggests that not only is there some criticism, but it also has an impact and an effect in what this agreement, EU-Mercosur, if ever ratified, it will involve. And of course, the European Green Party is obviously, without doubt, a strong source of criticism.
And actually, a very strong Green Party is very likely to do quite well in elections here in Germany later on this year. So that could have a significant impact also upon European policies and the role that Germany plays inside the European Union. I see that this has been a long marathon, a long morning in Latin America, and a very long afternoon here in Europe. But before we come to a closure, if you're not too tired, I would like to advertise another event that will start in 15 minutes. And can I ask our director of the program, Francisco, if he can circulate the 2 links on the screen. So for those of you who are interested, you can follow exactly the next event with another 4 speakers, but the event will be in Spanish this time. So for those of you who fancy a little bit of Spanish and more conversation on EU-Latin America relations, we will have discussion about Spanish foreign policy towards Latin America, about, again, more perspective on the Andean country and the European Union, about subnational actors, diplomacy and paradiplomacy, and very interestingly, also about migration and the global compact in EU-Latin American relationships. So take note of the 2 links if you want to follow us on Facebook and YouTube. In some 12 minutes, we will start the other event at 6 p.m. sharp. Before saying goodbye, I would like to thank my really wonderful travel companion in this panel. Many thanks to Elena Lazarou, many thanks to Beatriz Hernández, and many thanks to Beatriz Larraín. It's been a pleasure to share this panel with you, ladies. And also I would like to thank Francisco Riquelme for his excellent direction of the program. Thank you, Francisco. And thank you very much to all of you in the public who have decided to stay with us today for this long meeting. I really hope that you have enjoyed it. And remember, you can follow us on all our social media, EU in Luck program. So follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We have a dedicated channel, and also on the project web page where you can find the recordings also of the entire session today, should you wish to go back to some of the presentations and the points we've made. Thank you very much to all of you. Have a very nice rest of the afternoon in Latin America and evening in Europe. And please do stay tuned with us today and in the next few weeks and months with the next event of the EU in Luck program. And thanks again to the European Union, because all this is only possible because of the support of the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. Thank you to everybody. Take care and have a wonderful time. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.